Frozen over like I am. It's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
Welcome in, everyone, to the Swiss stage of the Morals Progressive Bundle Bash event number 3 of 2024. We have our desk of casters, and we have our action to unfold. But before we get to that, let me introduce Kendo, Taco, and Chixa, who will be helping me throughout the broadcast today, as well as our lovely crew in the background. But panelists, how are you feeling about the shape of the field out there so far with the captain's draft that we had yesterday, starting with Kendo?
The shape of the field is very rotund, very large. A lot of the teams that we're going to get to see today, I'm not supposed to say that? Never mind. A lot of the teams we're going to get to see today are well-rounded, and that is more and more a testament to just how good collegiate esports is looking in this day and age.
Love to see it. What about you, Taco?
No, I would agree. I mean, at the end of the day, like when we have these types of events, it's like, oh, we get pro player captains, and then we get all the college players. You know, they get to like have fun with all these like crazy high up pairs. But then it's like, oh, actually, collegiate is getting to the point where some of these players are like peers with a lot of our captains. So it's nice to see that you hear the respect from the captains when they do pick their players. Where sometimes it comes around for the first pick. In the past, we've had pro players be like, I don't know who to pick. I'll just pick that guy. I hear he's pretty good. But a lot of time they're like, no, I see him all the time in ranked, and also I played against him in like day 3 or maybe even like day 1 for RLCS main event. So definitely the talent pool is growing. It usually is only where it gets to second round where you have to get those deep cuts, and maybe your first pick has to maybe inform you about everything. But overall, the talent pool is getting better, and that's why the Morals Progressive Bundle Bash tends to be the most competitive series that I tend to cast within the collegiate kind of pro level.
Valid. Very valid. What about you, Chixa?
I'm really excited to see the new faces. I feel like we've finally gotten a lot of new people, new players, new captains that haven't been in Bundle Bash before, and this is their first experience. We've had a lot of previous winners, previous people, and don't get me wrong, we love to see the talent, but I like to see the new players that get their name out on the field, or ones that we haven't seen so much, or maybe they're freshmen and this is their first time and whatnot, and we've seen them a little bit this summer. So that's who I'm more excited, and I know we have a lot of those our first match.
We have a lot to go through tonight before we get into our first match, so let's start with the format that we have here. It is going to be, of course, like we saw yesterday, the pro players who were drafting out of the 32 collegiate players. The snake style draft, and well, the team structure, of course, the pro players, and then the drafted players. First round goes through 1 to 16, then all the way back afterwards. So Wavy got 16th, got 2 in a row. The first round draft, unfortunately, just got whoever was remaining at the end. But we had a really stacked draft yesterday with the talent pool that was available. So all these teams are competitive to try and make it all the way to be the Bundle Bash champion. But Swiss play is what you want to pay attention to for today. 16 teams, RLCS style Swiss bracket as you're used to seeing. 5 rounds of Swiss, best of 5 matches, and only the top 8 teams qualify. So gotta win 3 matches each, move forward and get into the top 8 and the money itself. And once you get there, well, it is those top 8 teams of Swiss play. Best of 7 matches, no timeouts, and single elimination. As you can see, this is the prizing for at least getting into those quarterfinals. $375 for the team, but $2,500 is what the lion's share prize pool is that all the teams are wanting to go for. And Kendo, I know you were here for the draft yesterday, so why don't you talk to us through the captains a little bit here, and then the draftees and people to really look out for on the field today.
Ooh, you're going to have me cover all of that? That's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, you go down the line. It's one of our more collegiate-centric captain pool. Of course, bringing pros to this event is what it is all about. And I think I think if you did the numbers, it's close to 75% of the captains are both in professional play as well as members of a collegiate squad. So that is so much fun to me to know that you're going to get grudge matches, not just from the collegiate side, but also from the professional aspect. We're going to be looking at quite a few grudge matches. Team on team crime might just be the name of the game throughout. A lot of players representing Pirates on a Boat, ESM, Deleted XD. You could end up seeing a lot go down in that way. I do look forward to our match 1, though, because the thing that were begging for, Bass especially, was some of that banter, the back and forth, a little bit of the trash talk even. We're going to start things out with a little bit of that trash talk coming to fruition, and that's so exciting to me.
Wavy says he's never lost a series to Cosmic. I don't know if that's actually accurate, but every tournament he's participated in as a grinder, he typically comes out on top. So this is a team to look out for with Curry and Gavilan. So definitely look out for that squad, Cosmic, G-Man, and Lich too. But Taco, why don't you run us through the players here that are going to be filling out those teams that we have, these amazing players on the field and some really big names that have really made a name for themselves during Summer Series.
Yeah, the big thing that I think a lot of people need to keep in mind is kind of some of the newer players that you don't typically get to see. We actually have pretty much the entirety of Oregon State, a team that has been a first-time kind of birth within a major CCA-run tournament. That is Lich, this profile. That is also Mitch, that is in there. Gibaby, new recruit from Syracuse. That is a newly minted varsity-level program within the esports scene for Collegiate Rocket League. So a lovely thing to be able to see from them. He's made a pretty good impact as Syracuse has struggled a bit, but for the most part, been able to make their move along with his teammate Gavilan. So you see a lot of these faces that I think you all recognize, but I think we really want to pay attention to all these newcomers as well, because even though you might not know their names right now, these are the players that will pretty much be making up, I think, the majority of the makeup of these leagues in the future.
It's going to be a great time to see exactly which of these teams rises to the challenge. But let's take a look at the Swiss bracket, at least the first round of it so far, as we take on the first round of action today. We talked about a Cosmic versus Wavy. Cosmic was the first round of the draft, Wavy the 16th round of the draft. So we're really getting to put the odds against each other in this matchup, see if the first round and first pick with G-Man for Cosmic will be enough to take on Wavy, who had 2 back-to-back. But out of the other matches here, Chixa, which is your favorite to really keep an eye on in the background?
I think I'm looking at Creams and Diaz in particular. Another one where you have a third round pick and then, 13th? Something like that. Pretty spread out, but Creams is with Sauce, which just seems fitting, and Nando, and then Diaz has Manny and Duckworth, who I think is very underrated on his second round pick. So I'm looking at that one. I think that one's going to go the full length and it'll be an exciting one.
Yeah, a lot of interesting pickups here. I mean, Diaz, Manny, and Duckworth. We have all the Duckworth fans in the chat from yesterday.
Yes.
We'll see if they're back here again if we put them on stream. And then, of course, Cream, Sauce, and Nando is just like a British chicken shop meal that you get to have there. So regardless, though, we do have to talk more about our first match of the day, Cosmic versus Wavy. Cosmic did play in our kind of alumni bundle bash that we had recently and did get 9th and 12th. Didn't quite make it into the top 8, but got close to it. So really has things to improve here for Cosmic and Wavy. This is their first time at Bundle Bash. They said they're very excited. They're always a grinder looking to participate in tournaments. So I'm really curious how we're feeling about this roster strength-wise with you, Kendo.
The Cosmic roster is interesting to me. I think Cosmic and G-Man, you have no doubts whatsoever. I think Lich becoming the one pick that is irrelevant here, last overall, doesn't even get to have the name called per se, is criminally underrated in this. I'm not sure that Lich should have fallen to the last pick, and I think Cosmic and G-Man, the Team Cosmic with Lich, are a threat. This is a team that won't surprise me if they make playoffs, and to be honest, I'm thinking the standard might be a top 4 finish.
Okay, top 4 finish. I respect it. Let's get some quick predictions from Taco and Chick. So we don't have them on our screens, but we'll have them in chat, hopefully, for you to vote with your channel points on who you think is going to come out on top with that one. So Taco first.
I mean, honestly, just based off of RLCS births, I would say I believe in Team Cosmic, mainly because G-Man, you could argue, would be valid as a pro pick if he was a captain. I genuinely feel like if you put him there, not many people would argue with that decision. We've even had Lunar step in as a captain before, and that's something that people can kind of go along with. So I feel like Cosmic just too much firepower. Lich is on Oregon State, maybe not the best record in Summer Series, but still a very competitive team, and he is kind of the Lich pin of victory for that team. Started off strong. Let's go.
Oh man, what about you, Chixa? You gotta go with the whole desk that we're gonna just have it be one-sided, or is there hope for Wavy?
I think there's very much hope for Wavy. I think he's a wild card. I think he's young. He's really good. He's constantly been kind of someone that I've watched on Twitch a bunch. Everyone kind of came out, saw how good he was. I think he's easily a carry in himself, and I enjoy his picks in both Curry and Gavilan. I've watched a lot of Gavilan as he's gone through his university in Syracuse. Syracuse, and that program has developed over time. I think they have a good base. I think Wavy's going to be super dynamic, and both of his teammates are going to chill out a little bit and let him do his thing.
Well, reminder, this entire event is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. It's easy to bundle your car and renters insurance at progressive.com. And we'll be shortly getting into the match. We had to remake, though, just to get it all prepared for the 1v1 showcase we're really going to see between Cosmic and Wavy. And we've seen happen in the scene so many times in so many like random $50 tournaments, whatever prize pool that it is. Cosmic and Wavy typically show up for it just to participate in and hone their skills. So really curious on how this one's going to go. TSM Wavy, who's had their chance in the spotlight during the way things have been performing for them this past season of RLCS, and Cosmic, who were just making their debut a couple of times after being a well-known player in ones on Koi, if you recognize from Gamers 8 way back when, and then 0-1 more recently, got top 16 in one of the more recent qualifier finishes. But even with there, we do have the players in the lobby. We'll shortly be getting into this matchup itself, and we do have this going forward for Cosmic and Wavy. Only one of them can go 1-0 on the day to start off the Swift stage journey, right? Will it be Team Cosmic or Team Wavy? Cosmic, G-Man, Lich, Wavy, Curry, Gavilan. Only one of them will rise in this best of 5.
The irony being that a couple of these players, the captains, might be even called ones mains with the type of gameplay that they do on a regular in their show matches. Ken Carmen, Kendo Sly is going to be alongside Danger Taco, bringing you the first round of Swiss for the Immortals Progressive Bundle Bash number 3 of 2024. Taco, I'm already kind of awestruck by the fact we get a Cosmic versus Wavy. We're getting it with the teams that were handpicked.
Yes, and it's very interesting because we get a rare number 1 pick team versus the very last of the teams, and there's different strengths and weaknesses to that element. Obviously, if you are the last pick in Wavy, you have a back-to-back pick, so you really get to solidify your team immediately, whereas obviously the other side, you get your first pick, you can choose whoever you want, but then you just have to leave it all up to fate after the S1s. Whether or not we're going to see really the cards fall, where the destiny might portend them to, then I'm not entirely sure, but all I know is that both these players so ready to go, and they've been prepping for it. I know these players have been warming up all day.
A little bit of Summer Series that I've been able to cover, I did get to see Oregon State on my own personal stream, and what I saw out of Lich and what Oregon State are able to put together on the regular is a consistent team. A team that reminds me a lot of a Boise State 1-2 seasons ago, with how they gather themselves. They move up together as a team regularly. That on a team with Cosmic and G-Man is going to bring a lot more consistency than you'd expect out of a pickup team.
When we do see these pickup teams come in, that's the biggest thing that I think everyone has to realize, is that more or less this is like ranked with VC added in. These players have most likely never teamed together, so it's really the first time ever. Some teams go the next level, they get drafted, and they're saying, hey, who wants to play some games together? They invite each other, and I always kind of like to see that, because after all, this is a decent amount of money, and this is Swiss, so half the teams get through, but that also means half do not. So despite how much talent is out here, pro or otherwise, really have to make sure everything is coming into things solidly and not giving away any free goals. And so far, 2 minutes in, seems like very much getting that one. No real opportunities from either side. Only 4 shots from Wavy. Team Cosmic still looking for their first.
They're looking for their first, but they've shown us some great ball control in the offensive third. G-Man off of the ceiling was looking brilliant, and thus far, it just seems like routine pitch and catch. They're getting through the midfield without very much problem whatsoever. Team Wavy, a lot of quick one-shot and done chances. Each and every one of them defended so well by a defense that was already prepared.
Nice carry out by Curry. Gavilan going to be on top of this one. Wavy, he's lurking. He's sitting there. G-Man, he's going to get faked out. The slow shot from Wavy, and that is a flawless counterattack from our orange side.
I mean, I had just complimented how good they were doing in the mid. They didn't transition back from offense very well at Taco, and that left G-Man on an island. You don't live on an island with anybody on that Wavy side.
We might be even able to do some more damage, because even though that's not, and he's going to hop right on top of it, Cosmic, you gotta keep that one close, and he does. As you mentioned, kind of a classic 1v1 type situation you might be seeing in those weeklies. As anyone new to the scene, if you know about Wavy, you know that he completely dominates the weeklies. This is not necessarily a weekly, it's more like a quad annual event that he happens to get invited to, but maybe he can become a regular. Maybe there's just another tournament that he can learn to dominate.
He's someone who's definitely a grinder. Cosmic for the task, though. It's a lot of fun to see these two matching up against each other in something outside of some of those show matches you're seeing on a regular basis. So we get our share of the content creation this time around. Cosmic will not be able to get the touch off of the corner, but they were hungering, jonesing even for that double tap.
They're still looking for something. I know they're licking their lips as they get closer and closer to the goal. The problem is the plate is getting snatched away from them every single time they try to pick up the utensils, because really Team Wavy playing phenomenal midfield defense. They've not really been able to get put onto defense. In fact, they haven't even played anything. According to this game, 0 saves from any of them, because really 0 shots coming in from Team Cosmic. This is kind of the coordination I talk about, why it's so difficult to play in these events. You wouldn't know it watching this orange side. That's another shot on target, but you gotta have more power. Goal line save to keep it at 1-0.
There's another full send down. They haven't had as much sustainability as they could have through 4 minutes, and they're going to need it. Good news, they're only down by 1. So there's still plenty of time. G-Man off of the ceiling forces a save, and that is the first shot. It came off a brilliant replay.
Might have even more to deal with, especially with this deflection, as that one, I think Gavlon read that one well. I was a little worried as it was close to the lip. Wavy is set up on his horse, but actually going to be a giveaway. Gavlon trying to get back. Cosmic is trying to chase it down, and yet it's not enough boost in the world for that. Wavy, 1v1. This is exactly where you don't want to see him. G-Man does well. How about a follow-up? How about a third? Gavlon with a second goal for his side.
And we saw G-Man on the back end of this. You're going to see it in the replay. No boost, no beans whatsoever. Again, it's G-Man on an island. That creates the second goal. But both goals being that sort of situation, an alarming start to game number 1.
We're seeing a rough situation for this side of Team Cosmic, because this is definitely one of those moments where you get into the game, you say, oh, let's feel it out, how it's going. And Team Wavy, I feel like they've been calming. I feel like they've just been really locked in immediately. They have great chemistry. I like the rotations, and more importantly than everything else, everyone is playing super well. There's no weak link whatsoever, which is what you like to see out of a team that gets the last pick of the first round. They're going to take game 1, and boy, oh boy, Team Cosmic, you have something to talk about.
Yeah, that was not very good, but there are plenty of building blocks with which they can put together. It's a dynamic difference in shot count, 12-4. You can't get 3-upped and expect to have very much damage on the opposite side. But the defense was solid outside of leaving each other hung and dry. G-Man specifically, still plenty of opportunities for them to make changes going into game 2.
Yes, and that's the big thing that I think everyone needs to talk about, is the aspect of Rocket League that is so crucial is making those changes. You never come in with one game plan. It's going to work against everyone. There's always going to be a squad to be able to outthink you, outplay you, or just kind of circumvent what you're trying to throw at them. So I think right now Team Cosmic has to say, okay, well, that's not necessarily working, but all we got to do is tweak a little bit, because they did have decent build-up. It just felt like it was flaming out a bit faster than maybe they were even expecting to a certain extent.
Even G-Man with a little bit of the forecheck in the defensive zone. The couple of opportunities that they did have, whether it was one free jump early on and another one off of the ceiling that we saw from G-Man, was really where the majority of their pressure came from. And when I say majority, it's not like there was that much pressure. We're talking about 2 or 3 chances on the game. That needs to increase, and it needs to be a team effort.
Yes, and so with that said, we'll go over to Forbidden Temple, checking out game 2 to figure out how this one is really going to peel on out. And surely if you are Team Wavy, you're feeling good because your captain's leading by example. An 8-shot effort to lead his squad to victory. Let's see if it's going to be a duplication here, as he's going to get first real boost grab. But G-Man says, no, absolutely not. You're getting a free one.
It was delicious. What can we say? You don't get too many opportunities like that. Give this one some breathing room.
Well, Curry certainly gave it plenty of room. He just slapped it all the way to the next hemisphere, and Wavy was somehow already vacationing down there. He's all alone on that trip. It's a rough one to be able to see, but hey, if you're going to get scored on, you might as well just have it kind of be a freak accident like that, and they're going to hope that that is the last one. Curry is trying to assure them it will certainly not be. Looking for the delay. Cosmic, all red, be able to get that clear, but it only goes as far as Wavy.
Oh my, and another shot on it. It just seems like more and more the rotation of Team Cosmic is beyond a step behind. You're looking at half second here early in game number 2, and that is not a good pace with which to play. A lot of this defense is going to be back to the challenge. It just means you're losing out on a lot of those challenges. I like the idea from Lich to try to take control, but another spot where they are low on boost is going to just cause problems as G-Man struggles to get through the midfield.
Again, this is something that I was touching on a little bit in the desk. I really think the talent level for this Cosmic squad is really solid. The biggest issue they're running into is the coordination from Team Wavy is excellent. Everybody's jumping where they need to be. They're getting clever touches like that from Curry, which doesn't generate anything, but watch how they're the first ones to the read. Every single time it is Team Cosmic jumping and reacting to the play rather than really actually organically planning ahead. And when they do, it isn't the most precise. That's the closest they've gotten to a shot, and it was still just demoed and taken away.
And speaking of demos, there's a double demo on the opposite side. Gavilon's gonna have enough time, grabs the additional touch off the flick, and this is the way to take advantage of a team that you demoed twice.
Quick little flick, and poor thing is when you have to stagger the defense, you have to be ready for anything, but it seemed like everybody on the defense was confident that that wasn't gonna be much. Sometimes they more forward flick, kind of like that one from Gavilon. It's not too surprising. It's kind of just giving the ball away, but if you get it fast enough and you get it at a surprising angle, then anything can happen. So showing Team Cosmic really has to keep their sights on the prize. Otherwise, it's starting to slip away from them already at a 2-goal differential, and we're not even at halftime.
Pandering, floundering, I don't know what I'm going to call it this time around, but we go back to how often it is a disadvantage to be the one to draft first. I don't know that it's a lack of skill from the last one picked as much as it is. It just looks like there is a team that is playing more as a team and another team that is reacting to a team that is playing as a team, and they're doing so with individual efforts. It just does not work.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to be able to witness as well, mainly just because when you do come down into things, being able to get your 2 most immediate picks, I think the biggest strength that you deal with when it comes to the last pick of the draft type teams, as Wavy did, he gets the 16th pick and then the 17th pick in the snake-style draft. You get 2 teammates who might not be the very best in their draft class, but they're incredibly close in terms of quality. There is no truly worst player, and I think even though Lich can definitely hang with the best of them, he is an SSL player after all, making Summer Series for a squad. There's a reason why other players might be picked ahead of him. It might be because his team is a little bit lesser profile, but it's also just because maybe he hasn't proved himself yet. And in these lobbies, it's very hard to, because these teams are playing a million miles an hour. Maybe he's got a flick here, and maybe he has a goal. Indeed, he does. So right as I bring him up, he proves that he is not to be doubted.
Yeah, like I said, I don't believe that Lich is by any means the problem. If anything, as a team, I've also seen multiple moments where they are so low on boost and retreating to defense at the same time. Maybe the rotation just hasn't found its way yet. Maybe they don't have a full interpretation of where the other is on the pitch. Communication gonna need to take place, whether it be in this game or in between games. But as they figure each other out, they're gonna start creating some offense. I have no doubt of that, especially with Lich being the first one to put one in. Oh, Wavy? Not yet, but Curry's going to get the additional touch, and they're going to look to keep this in the offensive zone.
There's the one skill from Wavy that I always like, just being able to bait in a challenge and then immediately flicking it over, gathering the ball perfectly, and the first touch is always going to be clean. That's one thing I'm kind of waiting for Cosmic Promise. That has been a recurring feature. Every single time Team Cosmic says, I want to take a breath, Wavy says, nope, this is the middle of a workout. It just immediately demos them, sends them back to scrap heap, and forces them to play at their pace.
Another touch right centered in the box. It will be just enough to stop. But look at all this room being given to Curry to bring it down to Wavy. They're able to stuff the box yet again. And at this point, They're just waiting for weak touches out towards mid, and they're afforded the opportunity because those initial challenges haven't been coming. What a touch by Cosmic! Wow!
The opening goal of this game was off a clear, and Cosmic is going to launch this one in an outer orbit, or at the very least, out of his rotation on defense. Everybody from Team Wavy chilling at the midfield thinking the goal is safe, and that is why, despite all the mechanics and all the advancements we have seen in high-level Rocket League, hitting the ball hard still remains a staple of high-level play.
Indeed, and Cosmic has definitely made their name when it comes to striking ability, so I'm impressed. Here's another moment, though. G-Man able to get around, able to pick up the boost that very conveniently spawned. All three members were on full retreat with low boost yet again. In that specific instance, now Cosmic needs to get the touch. We go to overtime, game number 2. They earned the overtime. Taco, they just need to keep the momentum going, and G-Man somehow gets it. Does Wavy have another touch? Down, G-Man, another save.
No!
They flounder on the goal, and Wavy will get it.
G-Man saved it twice in a row, and then he's the one to walk it in. I have no words. That is one of the most devastating ending to a game I've ever seen. And yet, despite all that effort, it's going to end the same way as game number 1. Team Wavy coming away with it in something closely resembling a steal.
At the very least, they have something to build upon at this point. There was more pressure this time around, which is something that I have been looking for. And you're not getting criminally outshot. Like, being tripped up, by that I mean 3 times the amount of shots on net from game 1. That's terrible. This time, you're able to get the... in all honesty, Taco, what I need to see out of Team Cosmic is maybe a little bit of slow it down and find each other in the midfield. Try to base some of that offense on the midfield. You've had plenty of room in the midfield to make things happen, but more often than not, push straight in, and the pull comes right back. They find themselves out of resources, retreating on low resources in the process. A little bit of slowdown, making sure that everyone is on the same page in the offensive zone might go a long way for Team Cosmic.
I would also like to see that a little bit more initiative, because the problem is with a lot of their goals is it seems like it's just strictly counterplay. And that's great. Yes. The issue is if the other team starts to tighten up rotation, then you're just sitting there like, hey, it'd be great if you could dive in, or maybe, I don't know, just full send on a ball you don't need to. And if they don't do that, then you need a different strategy. Again, changes, adaptation, it is the name of the game. And now it's reverse sweep. That is the phrase of the hour right now, because that's what's required out of this squad. Team Wavy, almost the team play highlight right off the rip.
I mean, I was asking for team plays, and right off the bat, Team Wavy, not the team I was looking for to do it. Oh, G-Man, though, drops it for Cosmic. Take a second look at this aerial play, the pre-jump. Amazing.
Beautiful, and people always forget you can use the ceiling to your advantage. That one hits and not only doesn't bounce out, which is what I think Gav was looking for, it rolls straight down, which is what the follow-up was also not truly prepared for. Always use the surfaces of the arena to your advantage. Something G-Man first overall pick and be able to come away with. So now, see how everything else transpires. This is the first time we've been able to see Team Cosmic really come out with a lead, so how do they defend it?
I don't know that you want to focus as much on the defending of it. You can't rest on your...
Curry! You can't. You can't do that. We're 1 series in, Kendo. That might already be play of the day.
I hope you got your snappers ready, folks, because that, again, could be a snapshot play of the day. I don't even know that my insurance covers that. Whatever that was.
I really hope they cover my chair. I keep falling out of it at a certain point. This needs to be replaced. It is getting structural damage, so I'm leaning back and forth throughout this series. Next to that, G-Man got an awkward moment on the goal line. Maybe this comeback from him as well, as he's going to get denied in the goal line. This series has become really interesting in all ways but the series scoreline, Kendo.
Absolutely beautiful play. Off ball, on ball. from Team Wavy and Curry, showing themselves to be something special. I know there were certain individuals who would have liked to have seen Curry dropped into the second round. I now believe it would have been a crime for Curry to drop into the second round, and it's going to be Carball getting this on the back of an overcommitment.
And I like the idea there from Cosmic, but again, that's that is born out of more so hoping that a player is there, but forgets that sometimes the defense is predicting that one, immediately hopping on top of it. Yes, it's a little bit of deflection, looks kind of like an own goal, but that one 100% going in anyway. Defense has to try their best, and sometimes their best is not enough. Off kickoff, G-Man will try to provide something to Lich, but even on that one, Curry just reading everything right now on the pre-jump.
Gorgeous pass towards the mid is just as juicy for the opposing team. It's going to be thought process to live by now. Team Cosmic, they find themselves on the back foot again, and one miss, all it takes for Wavy to capitalize.
And if anyone's wondering, hey, why do you keep bringing up one's play? Look how small of an angle this is. Wavy, no hesitation, has about half a second to even react to this one, and he just side flips it just close enough, or gets a brief diagonal angle to be able to slot that one. When you talk about the margin of error being small, we're talking about that.
We talk about flippable offenses as well. The one's play has been magnificent for the players that you would expect it from. The difference between these two teams has been the team play, finding each other when you know that an attack is there, and Curry almost capitalizing on another excellent pass from Wavy.
Cosmic getting shut down again. Honestly, that's something that we have not really said verbally, but I think we've noticed a bit more. Cosmic looking to make his impact as captain and hasn't really been able to. Honestly, most of this game, what I really take from it is Cosmic just being boost starved. He's not been able to really create out of it. And you mentioned one's play, it allows you to do quite a lot with not too much, but in a 3v3 environment, you need at least 30-40 to be able to kickstart a lot of these attacks, and that's something I think that we have been kind of underselling about how dominant Team Wavy has been. Aggressive on rotation, but also making sure they control that resource game.
I'd go a step further. It's aggressiveness with patience, and that's just wisdom from Wavy. You even saw it on the push-up just a moment ago. Wavy knew when to slow things down and has done a great job of finding teammates. The shot on, what a give and go from the box.
Gavilan, really a star player for Syracuse in the past for the team that has gotten close to qualification, and you can see why. Just throw it anywhere near him, and he's able to make something of it. Near misses are always the best passes.
My goodness. Oh, you know what? That's two for them. Another one that could be a snapshot play of the day, if you ask me. Although I still put Curry's very far ahead in this clubhouse. We're only on round one of Swiss, folks, so buckle up.
Yeah.
There's more to come. Here comes G-Man, though, trying to bring things back. It's going to be a simple walk-in as Gavilan got a little caught up on the line.
And it's a good job by G-Man understanding that you have to use what the defense gives you. And in that one, every single player, not only on the goal line or even out of the goal, but no one's on the backboard. So simple enough when you have a Rank X player giving a free double tap, making sure that goes in. And despite the fact that we keep saying, well, Team Wavy looking so good, Team Cosmic is really struggling, it is very much in a doable scenario right here. They just have to make sure someone touches that ball. Poor Lich was hesitating for just a half second. I thought it was going to lead to something, but with 80 seconds remaining, we've seen something once more, and G-Man's trying his hardest to make it happen on that free jump.
And that's the problem. You have to be able to find that secret sauce in a very short order, and being down by 2 is not going to help, especially with Curry winning 50 like that in the offensive zone. Here comes Wavy. They have something special for us. Again, great pass down, and I have such an admiration for professional players who can use their solo play ability, not just to put amazing mechanical plays on net, but to pass to their teammates for one-timers in the box. They've delayed another 30 seconds, Taco.
Yeah, and just watch how they're circling around. They're never truly getting I would say, a solid shot on, but they're also never giving it away. And I was waiting for the defense to be able to complete my thought, but instead, it's just going to have to be me eating my words, because that's Gavilan completely slicing through the defense across rotation.
They put him in a salad spinner, Taco. That's insane to me. That ball went side to side toward the net, and then an immaculate pass to make things come to fruition. Up by 3. I'm sorry for Team Cosmic fans, but this one looks all but over.
He will try to extend it even further. Gavilan, he's just a shooter. I don't know what they ate today, but it's certainly the breakfast, lunch, dinner, and maybe just a snack beforehand of champions.
I'm starting to get the feeling that one of us is hungry, or maybe both of us. I might be needing a little bit of dinner.
I'm
one
focusing
thing's for
on
sure. Team Wavy, good eating.
I mean, I'm focusing on it, but it's hard not to. They're giving up on some goals, but it's very rare in which you can let up 3 goals and still be comfortably ahead in a match point scenario.
We get another kickoff goal. I don't know that I've ever seen 3 goals in 16 seconds. Definitely not in the Bundle Bash, but another kickoff goal. You could talk to me. Here we go, though. Gonna be down for Gavilan. G-Man quickly on a little bit of a bump. Cosmic is going to be there, but too much time has passed by. It's not going to be enough effort in fast enough a time frame. Will it be 3-6? Or will the scoreline change? It's Team Wavy, though. That's going to come out on top in sweep fashion.
And when it comes to a lot of analysis, I like to be correct. I like to be accurate. I like to have a lot of information. Bundle Bash is one of the few events I don't mind being wrong, because it is kind of a toss-up on how these teams are going to click. And my goodness, did Team Wavy come in just looking solid. I feel like the rule of just last pick teams, sometimes they just got the special something. And my goodness, did they. Team Cosmic, I don't really blame them for that loss. I don't know many teams that could be able to take on an orange side that tough.
We're taking a look here at some of the stats, and credit to everybody in the background. We had 18 total shots for Wavy on that series, which is mental to me. That Wavy was not only putting them on net, but some of those shots were just passes out of reach to create for teammates. The assist ratio, the goal participation was wonderful from the captain, and you know that's the what you expect from your pro captain.
Yeah, it's what you want for your pro captain, but it's also a great opportunity because I know you talk to any of these players, they get to play in Bundle Bash. One, they're excited to get to play on stream, they get to play for a good cash prize, get to play with pro players, be able to prove themselves in that way, but also just get to show off and be able to see just how compatible they can really be, as well as we can be as compatible with the desk. We will seamlessly bring them back into the fray and be able to break this down, because I was hoping for a longer series, but I suppose I'll settle for a stylish one.
A lot of series in the background were also going the way of sweeps. Just to give some quick updates on that as well. We did see 5-up take down Team Eris and Team Noli take down Team Andy in sweeps, and Team Flitz getting a 3-1 over Team Hockey. But we do have to talk about Wavy here. You mentioned it, 18 shots, 6 goals total, and a lot of the goals that happened in this game were assisted by the rest of their teammates, Curry and Gavilan. So Chicksa, talk to us about Wavy, but not just Wavy, the entire team on how they were performing here.
Yeah, I know we use the term coordination a bunch during that series because of how coordinated they look. I appreciated how quick they were on transition. Each and every time you thought one end of the field of Cosmic would come through, get a shot, they got one opportunity, and quickly they were back on in like immediate seconds. And each and every shot that Team Wavy put on was just so deadly, not to mention the amount that we keep saying that was just Wavy in himself, but with the rest of the team combined, they easily probably were averaging 10 shots a game as a team consistently throughout that series. That's just some crazy math and some crazy offense. They were popping off, and I think everyone played solid and consistent throughout 3 5-minute games.
Kendo, after seeing this Team Wavy and what we kind of expect from them now that we have gotten an understanding of how the roster feels together, how far do you think they're going to take it this Swiss stage specifically?
It would be cliche of me to say that this is another one of those top 4 teams, because I already have like 6 in my top 4. At this point, if they're playing like we just saw, like this is the winner of the Bundle Bash. We're like, hang it up. Close the doors. 18 of the 32 shots for the team coming from Wavy, and that's not even half of the offensive influence that Wavy had on the match. Like, Wavy didn't even hit the best goal of that series.
True.
That's kind of my take on the series, more or less, is that Wavy is obviously the player you expect to pop off, but there was no weak link in that team. Honestly, if you muted all the nameplates and said name the pro, it'd be kind of hard to know at what point, because they all were involved. They're all going for crazy shots. And more importantly, they just look cohesive. That's the hardest thing about Bundle Bash. Oftentimes when you talk to players, they're like, well, it's tough. You just get thrown together the night before and you have to figure it out. But they look like they have it figured out. I don't know how they drafted or how they picked that team. It might have just been off name recognition, but it seemed like they just have a compatible play style. I love to watch it.
We love to see it as well, but we also love to see more results and more matches come through. So as we wait for the rest of round 1 to finish up and get all the results entered in, we'll be back with some more action after this.
Okay, when you turn around, you're gonna see someone.
You have a turkey and cheese.
Let's imagine that LL Cool J has a bubble around him. Do we want to be inside? I'm Keith. There are some situations that young homeowners turning into their parents just can't handle.
Yep, there he is. There's my nephew. Now, I got a video of him playing piano.
That's not how you take a selfie.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
3, 2, 1.
We don't need a countdown. Just take the picture.
Flicking the ball is a very important fundamental skill within Rocket League. It allows you to quickly move the ball past your opponents at high speed without having to hit the ball with your car moving quickly. There are many ways to flick the ball, and it's useful especially in 1v1 situations. From side flip flicks to the classic musty flick, certain flicks range in different levels of difficulty. Here are the basics to have you flicking the ball in no time. Get the ball on top of your car. You want to be comfortable dribbling and moving with the ball in your car before learning flicks. Make sure that the car and the ball are moving at the same speed. Position the ball on the front third of your car, right around the windshield area, so you can maintain speed without losing the ball. Jump while tilting forward, then do a forward front flip. This will launch the ball off the top of your car in the direction you flip. Once you have the basic forward flicks down, you can begin to learn side flicks and other useful flicks to pass defenders and send the ball downfield. Fake flicks are also very useful to juke defenders in 1v1 situations. The possibilities are endless, which makes the flick one of the most important mechanics in Rocket League. So load up a free play and get to work.
Colder when you're frozen over like I am. Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am. seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Welcome back, everyone. We finally have the results from the series that happened in the first round of Swiss. Well, we saw our first match. If you didn't tune in, it was a 3-0 sweep affair for Team Wavy over Team Cosmic. Chixa was correct on that, and also correct again because we did hear in the background that the one match that went the distance, or one of a couple that went really close to it, 3-2 at the ends, was Creams versus Diaz in that matchup. So again, another intense matchup happening there. Oath and Frosty was another one that was hotly contested as well. So really interesting results that we've had here in this first round. And Taco, as my analyst for this one, which are you most surprised about results-wise in that first round?
I mean, the one with Cosmic is not really something we should be too surprised by, based on the history of what goes into first round, or rather the first overall pick captain, because it does kind of limit your creativity and how you're actually able to build up your roster. I would say the one thing that I'm a little bit surprised by is Andy getting Preston Kalos over on GVSU. I really thought that was going to be a pretty balanced team. Andy is a player that I think always has a pretty decent floor to him. He always plays at an incredibly high level, and despite being obviously an OG sellout, as much as I love Noli, I mean, one Zen and Sido I thought would maybe be somewhat comparable, and it just simply wasn't.
Oh, so that's why for our next match we have Noli on stream, because the OG sellout. I get it now.
See, yeah.
There we go.
Silent
that makes a lot of sense
until I verbalize it.
But no, Noli and Creams is our next series on the docket. But looking at the other matchups here as well, Kendo, which one is your favorite that you think is going to go the distance?
Ooh, favorite that I think is going to go to distance in this round specifically.
Yes.
You know what? Give me the one that we're going to go into, to be perfectly honest. I think that this one personally goes the distance. One sense, Sino, Sauce, Nando, you have a team that's almost purely based on food, and then you have a team where you have one named Zen. We're going to get all the content going into this round.
Not the Zen that people think about, but it is a Zen. One Zen. No. Yeah, you know. That was a joke Frosty was making during the draft.
Yes.
Great time. But on the other end of things, Gov versus Eris, Diaz, Andy, Frosty Cosmic, Hockey, and Knight. I mean, a lot of these matchups and these teams we kind of expected to do a little bit better here, Chick. So which are you thinking are going to make up for their mistakes in the first round and move into that 1-1 from there?
I think I'm looking at both Eris and Ga. One of them definitely trying to make up for losing and going to pull through. I don't know which one yet, but I think either one, whichever one goes into that 1-on-1, does fairly good the rest of the day. I think this is their big pickup moment down in the lower bracket.
We'll have to really see how things develop from then on out as well. I'm interested to see that Hockey Knight result as well, just because I know Knight had some beef to speak, but hasn't really showcased it so far, though they did run into Team Gyro, and looking at Team Gyro there, that was Melodic and Mitch. So maybe because it wasn't the Ball States beef that we were talking about, that they didn't really perform as they needed to in that matchup. But they also don't have anyone for Ball State that they're playing in the next one either, so they're like, okay, we're just dodging Ball State somehow when they were trying to play against them. Maybe once they face off against someone from Ball State, they'll be able to showcase the true power of hatred that fuels through them like a Sif. But even then, talking about this matchup, Noli and Cream, Stock, why don't you run down these two teams and their rosters so that we can kind of get an introductory lesson on what to expect from this series?
I mean, I would say the biggest thing when we kind of come into rosters like this and try to figure out like how everything's actually going to shake out, I think the biggest thing that we need to focus on is the coordination. And I would say with Noli picking up one Zen, that's a name that people are like, wait, I'm not entirely familiar with them. It's a transfer, Arizona State over to the side of Oregon, making them an immediate contender within the West, and that's really saying something based on how they leveled up. And Sino, which is a kind of a third player coming into the scene for Bruton Park, a respectable season. I think it might have actually just ended for some series for them in terms of their chances, but I would say it's pretty well-rounded. It's going to be actually a much more patient play. I don't think there's really any player that plays hyper-aggressive on that squad and kind of trying to roll it into the rest of our matchup. I think the other side isn't going to be doing much better in terms of like that kind of high-firing opponents, or rather like kind of the dynamics that we're kind of waiting for. So I think it's really just going to be strategical. How do people actually play off each other, and who's actually going to be able to force the other team to start reacting to the other's playstyle?
I'm really curious how we feel this one is going to go. I know, Kendo, you were saying it'd be probably a game 5 based on this, but looking at the record difference between them, Noli able to 3-0. Creams did go the distance like we were talking about against Team Diaz, Manny, and the Duckworth. So now we really get to see like, okay, is this team gonna make up for that in this series, going all the way to game 5 against that roster and improve their record, of course, to try and qualify to make it into that top 8? Or is it going to be still a difficult journey for them? I mean, looking at the Swiss stage that's still ahead of us, they still have at least another matchup, even if they win this one, to try and go undefeated into that bracket. Do we think either of these teams are going to do that, Kendo?
You know what? I like Team Noli, just due in part to the fact that we're talking about one of the most well-rounded players in RLCS as a captain. One Zen and Sino rounding that team out looks so good in my mind. Like, Noli, if you put Noli with me and Chixa, I'm pretty sure they'd find a way to get into the top 8, to be perfectly honest. So,
okay, what's your
you have
prediction
a
then
lot
with this
of
one?
confidence on that team to the point of a 3-0. I do think that they are going to be going up against a solid squad on the Cream side. I expect the 5 games, and to be perfectly honest, if they don't make it 5 games, Sauce, I'm calling you out, brother. You're a rock-chalked Jayhawk.
Got him. Okay, so who's taking it then? Is it Noli or is it Creams?
I'm going to give it to Noli, but I am firm on 5 games.
5 games. Gotcha. What about you, Chicks, and then Taka, and then we'll get into the match.
I don't know why everyone's OG stands here. I get it. I get Taco past them, but you know what? Nolly, yes, a lot of experience in the scene, but you looking over at Creams, I've seen his journey since Flashes of Brilliance, which was like 3 years ago.
Throwback.
It's a really long throwback. He has gotten better since then. We just saw what Wavy can do. I think Creams can do just as well, and he has Sauce with him. I don't know why you're underestimating the Creams Sauce combo. That's going to be deadly. I'm ready for them to take it. I do think it goes to at least 4.
Okay, at least 4. What about you here, Taco?
I can see going to 4, but the thing is, of course, yes, maybe I have some OG bias, but I also have the understanding that Sauce and Nando are 2 incredibly good players on super mid-West teams. So I'm not a huge fan of their ability to complete this super roster. Creams is good. I don't know if he's that good. I think Team Noli is a lot well-rounded. I think they have a higher ceiling, and I think they take this in 4.
Okay, I get it. I think I'm also going to go with Team Creams on this one. Just because Candace and Seb isn't here, I have to support them in some way on the desk this time. Creams coming from there. But again, also just seeing the skill that Creams individually has showcased in Collegiate Rocket League this past summer series. Just dominant, top 2 guaranteed now to make it into the playoffs next weekend for that, by the way. But Team Noli, I mean, we talked about it, not quite expecting what we didn't expect the 3-0. Honestly, I didn't expect the 3-0 in that first round. So maybe it was a fluke. Maybe it wasn't. This is the time to put up the results or shut down your opponents. We will see who is going to come out on top either way. Team Creams, Team Noli, only one can take the win and go 2-0 on the day.
It's the battle of the OG stands and the TSM. Second time on stream between now 2 games, 2 series, 2. It's been crazy, to say the least, after our first series, but we're finally in our second. This is when things get interesting, because whoever wins it moves into that top tier of our bracket, and I know they want to finish out as early as they can for tomorrow.
No, 100%. In fact, this event goes a little bit long. You make it to that 5th round. I remember so many complaints about how long Swiss is. Regardless, and right off the bat, I gotta give props to Zen. Playing into what has been a magnificent banter back and forth. We have one Zen in the Vitality Gucci decal.
We love to see it. I really think everyone's going to go for it this time. I see a lot of confidence on the field on both sides. Again, lots of experience that we've talked about as well in this one. It really is going to be a jam-packed match. We said at minimum we're seeing 4 games. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to 5. No way is this one a sweep like our last one.
I mean, sleep could refer to Sauce results on the regular basis with Kansas. And I say this as a Jayhawk, as somebody who is following Kansas on a regular basis. Sauce has so much rapport, and it was even taken in the top 3 with a lot of captains who wanted a piece of that action. So there's big expectations. I'm expecting big things. That's why I almost guarantee there's going to be a 5-gamer.
Yeah. And I think showing how quiet the beginning of this match has gone is kind of wild. Nolly up the backboard multiple times, and Creams coming through, managing to find the save on the goal line. Look at a nice clear out here to Nando, who will be able to extend it just that much farther. I would like a better touch, though, from Nando on that follow-up. Still crazy the amount of touches that both teams have gone for. Nolly really trying to work with one Zen here on the offensive side, but they haven't been able to lock in just yet. And it's been great 50s and saves for the side of Team Creams.
I think the most dynamic difference is from Series 1 to Series 2, you're seeing 2 very different teams on the pitch mentally, whereas a Cosmic and a Wavy squad were looking for the opportunity to speed, utilize the counterattack, and then solo play their way to victory, sometimes finding each other. You're seeing offensive pushes that are starting in the defensive zone. And that kind of goes with the mentality that Creams and TSM on the regular have.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Wild. Think that one's almost the one that falls. Can sauce it up next? Creams, the follow-up shot, it bounces on the goal line off the cars, but ends up going on in.
It's only a matter of time when you have that much offensive pressure. 1, 2, 3, everybody getting involved, and despite the fact that the defending crew was 3 cars strong, they find their axles broken on the goal line due to a little bit of miscommunication and a double commit. So Team Nolly going down in the first portion. It takes over a half of play for the first goal to go through, but Nolly has so much control.
OG stance go wild. No, I'm joking. Nolly, a huge play here, of course. The flip reset into the bar down shot. Perfect placement. Past that last defender. You can't get a better solo play than that. Really phenomenal job of getting his team back in it. We said he would be their backbone. Creams tried to show a little sauce himself, and there's the answer back.
There was no sauce involved whatsoever. What are you talking about? He was back on the defensive end of the pitch. This was captain on captain. Finds Nolly in the background, is able to score directly. Like, hey, that was a cute shot. Congratulations. Guess what? There's still a 1-goal lead.
I knew this match would be filled with moments like that. Both these captains, tons of confidence coming through them, tons of experience. It's fun to watch when they kind of match themselves back to back. I think the egos are there for sure. And what a save by Nando on the goal line. Is this one past Nolly? He wasn't ready for it, and Creams finds the third to start.
And I was going to say that's 2 for me. No, it's an entire hat trick. And Creams again finds Nolly, puts him on stilts. A little too far forward, a little ambitious in the midfield, and takes full advantage with the bang.
Impressive. Things got heated super quickly. I cannot imagine how the comms are going, how the vibes are going at this point. Sino up quick, doesn't get a touch though. A missed opportunity on the shot, and this one will clear out. Creams with boost, quickly on transition. Flip resets there, Sauce with the bump! This time it's Sauce and Creams to combine upfield.
Now, where's the cream sauce? And it has been served up. Gordon Ramsay would be proud of that bump. As Nolly is left looking for some sort of appetizer after the party.
I gotta say, TSM showing us some very interesting stuff to start. Both Wavy and now Creams really showing out in those captain roles. Very impressed. I think, granted, I'm gonna give tons of adaptation to Nolly once we go into the second game of the series. Granted, there's still time, a minute. We've seen crazy things happen, but I really think this one isn't going to be like this the rest of this series. Nolly soon to adjust, realize how they're feeding Creams time and time again on these plays. They're assisting him upfield, and he's just so dangerous because of it. He's lurking, he's finding shots. This one just off the mark, but the pressure consistently there from Team Creams.
That is exactly where I was going to go with my next sentence, Chicks. It has been pressure. It's been consistency. It's been on ball and off the ball for Team Creams. And it would be one thing if it was just Creams creating that pressure. Sauce and Nando off the ball have been amazing. And we're going to get another goal. Not quite. Here's Creams with the follow-up. No, not this time around, but you're seeing that time ticking down for a game one that looked very one-sided.
Wasn't one-sided until that 2-minute and 13-second mark. Somewhere around then was actually our first goal scored. So Team Creams coming through at the end of game number 1 with the power, with the synergy, with the understanding, similar to Wavy. Creams with 7 shots, the most of his team in this one. But overall, 14 total for the team against the 6 of Team Nolly. Still, impressive showing, feeding Creams time and time again, and a huge captain moment on that answer. Nolly hits a phenomenal flip reset goal, and Creams right back at it, does the same thing back.
I don't know if anybody's taking snapshot play of the day tracker. Nolly definitely has a nominee, but I think the fact that it comes on the back of a losing effort as a team definitely degrades what could have been a great individual effort. The team diff was huge, and it didn't matter that Cream scored all the goals. It was what was done off the ball, what was done with the pressure of Sauce and Nando throughout that had Team Nolly on the back foot a majority of that second half.
I mean, give Sauce another assist there off the bump on Nolly on the goal line play that Cream scored. Really, 3 of those 4 goals were assisted in some shape or form, and Creams was able to make a solo play himself, which is expected of someone of his skill level, of his caliber, of that kind of one's mentality style that he's able to possess on the field. Impressive showing, to say the least. I'm excited. Again, I give Nolly a lot of credit for being very level-headed and very strategic. I hope he adjusts as well as the rest of his team in this game number 2 to find it back, because I wasn't expecting a sweep in this one, and I hope we are proven right in the fact that it doesn't get a sweep, or else I'll be pretty disappointed with the performance.
I would agree. It would be very disappointing to see things go that way. And if you base it just off of the last 2 minutes of game number 1, sure, I could see that very much happening. The thing is, with somebody like Nolly, you expect great communication, and we didn't see it exuded here on the goal line. More pressure coming in from Team Creams. Here's Sauce, the shot towards Sino, and they have no boost. They're going to be able to carry this in through the midfield, however. Sino, last one back. The demo alleviating a lot of pressure.
Creams with some boost, a great 50. Their team has been winning most of their 50s, at least in the first minute and change of this one. Backboard drop down. Nolly doesn't find the read, and Creams will stay off the backboard where Nolly reads it well, patient with this one and sending it out. Sino one-on-one with Sauce. Sauce not much boost, but commits to the challenge, and it's a well-guessed attempt on that. Nolly off the corner. Nando denying, Creams caught off guard, but able still block Sino. One Zen won't be able to connect with his teammate, and now there's just an awkward situation as Team Creams tries to clear, but isn't able to get past that half-field mark just yet.
Oh, and once then we'll be able to scream across to sweep this one away, but it's going to give opportunity for Team Creams as they pick up the possession and they look to do more with it. I do want to say for Team Nolly, about 30 seconds ago, that offensive push was the first time they seemed like they were in control. They were getting sustenance behind their offensive push. It wasn't a star effort. It was everybody getting involved and slowly, meticulously breaking down the defense, just like Creams and the rest of the squad here.
Yeah, a great touch by Sauce into midfield. Creams always lurking in that box for offensive play. That's just how aggressive he is and how confident he is in both of his teammates, in Nando and Sauce. Although they don't have that team chemistry of a pro team just yet, he does have trust in them to make those plays, and that's why he's been so successful upfield, not changing his play style even though he's playing in a different styled tournament. Huge plays across the field, and once in now has an open opportunity, smoke screened, and he scores just like that off a bunch of different demos.
It's very odd here, like it's almost a blip on the radar for me as we see a tie game at halftime. Why is it odd? Because so much of what Team Creams has been able to do has been forward pressure on the pitch. This time, not so much. Everybody caught going the same way. Caught back to the play. It just did not look like the cohesive forward press that we had seen so far. So is there a hole with which the press can be broken? Yes, there is. However, you don't want to wait for the ball to just stymie itself in the box.
I was a little nervous, true. Creams bumped on this play, trying to get back to it. Sino with some time, trying to keep it close, but Sauce winning the 51 Zen. That's not the greatest touch in front of net. Good thing it's deflected away. Sauce back on it. Pressure looming on the side of Team Creams. Nolly getting this clear out. Much needed clear as Team Nolly needs to regroup, reassess, really set up a play all over again. Zen, I don't mind the flick, but why are you giving away possession? Let's play with the team at this point, and I'm not seeing that team chemistry. I think from either side right now, it seems a little bit hectic.
And I need a little bit more out of one Zen, who offensively looks pretty stinking good. The defensive rotation, boost grabs, and being able to be a forward third towards the tail end of the play a moment ago has not been there. And then when you see in the offensive zone, they're just lacking boost. It doesn't matter, though. This is a walk in the park. What?
This is a huge miscommunication between Creams and Nando. Nobody commits to Zen. He has control. Someone has to challenge. But instead, Creams goes off the backboard and Nando just sits there. And because of it, the challenge comes late. The 50 isn't won. And Zen gets advantage of a play that he shouldn't have. Now Creams needs to answer with the rest of the team. The pop up here. Sauce, does he have a flip? He tries to get the angle down, but it's saved by Zen on the goal line. And Sino finds the clear. Zen up in the air quick too. It doesn't get the secondary touch, and this one cleared out. Nolly, this one gets off of his car. Sauce trying to send it up to Nando, I believe, who is lurking there in the corner. Sends it in front of net, and Sino's still there to knock it away. Pressure still possible for Team Creams as they're able to keep it in the box, but they don't have boost to continue.
Dangerous situation that started with another miscommunication. Nolly going for things very dynamically back to the play, and one said had to sweep away. The double commit is leaving them in this defensive zone with the whittling seconds, knowing that they're running out of boost. Team Creams are looking to get the push. Now it's a 1v1. Creams and Nolly. Sino will break through, and this is really well played because Nolly can air this one out. Sauce the keep away. It will be played in the mid. Zen puts it down, and we have ourselves a tie game.
Minimum of 4. We all said that, and it'll definitely happen because of it. Great adjustments by Team Nolly. Granted, Team Cream's mistakes littering especially the defensive side, and Onesen taking full advantage of it. Both of the goals from him in this one. Cream's quiet, but I think this was a game that showed a little bit of everyone's, not like Achilles heels, but their openings. Not both of these teams are certainly not perfect to any extent, and we saw the mistakes come out a lot more apparently in this one.
I would agree. This was a game that was riddled with mistakes, and for Team Creams, a lot of their mistakes were held hidden by how much forward pressure they got in game number 1. This time around, it looked like there was a much more even back and forth between the teams, and Team Nolly were able to not just have Nolly with the solo carries. Onesen was getting involved. I still have a cautionary tale. The fact is, when they're getting in the offensive zone, they're finding themselves out of resources. You're not going to be able to walk through 2 defenders on low to no boost the way Onesen did with the game winner.
Yeah, that was a very rare opportunity that Onesen took full advantage to. I don't expect mistakes like that throughout the rest of the series, but it's going to be interesting. Game 3, someone will have to be at match point after this one, and I'm excited to find out who that will be. But most importantly, I'm really excited to see the shot count in that last game be pretty much even by every single player on the field, which means everyone is getting involved. This is a even team distribution, which makes it all that much more fun to watch.
Yeah, both teams were getting good balanced push, and it's indicative of just how dynamic some of the team pressure battle had tapered away. Now Sauce looking for the bump on Sino, will be able to get it. Nolly just a quick chip in. We'll see what they're able to do on low boost as Creams carries this out. Onesen needs to go early and does a great job of taking the press to them in the midfield. I don't know if it was communication by Nolly or maybe they just got their land legs under them. They're doing a much better job in the midfield until that goal by Creams.
Cream's always catching you off guard when it comes to those midfield touches. This is over 2. Zen's also overextended. So when it comes down to it, the open air, open field, Creams takes full advantage of. He's great at the vision upfield and understanding where each and every opponent car is on the field, and having that, you know, kind of understanding makes things that much more interesting. Cream sauce, the combination. I was not expecting the selfless play.
I mean, it wasn't just selfless play. This was an entire team-based counterattack. It doesn't get much better than that. And whew, from one wall to the other, thanks.
Nando, Nolly, Nando winning the 50. That's, you know, that's one of those clippable moments that you'll be proud about.
Johnny got that Nando. We do. My goodness, the power on this team. And they are back to cramming possession down the throat of Team Nolly.
Wow. Not many times you get to say you win that well against a pro. Huge play. Huge. I think it's really momentum that Team Creams feeds off of. As soon as they get things going, they just look so untouchable on the field. They're maintaining control, they're maintaining possession, and they're reading every read out there possible. Nando up quick to this one. Sauce and Creams both up. Creams the quick deflection, and Zen unfortunately catches the clip of the goal, and because of it, doesn't find the save.
A minute, 45 seconds is all it takes for us to show you the difference between playing Rocket League forward and playing it with a reactionary back to the play style. You cannot consistently make saves over and over again when the opposing team is able to dictate their will in the midfield, let alone win those 50s, let alone get forward push continuously. 4 goals in under 2 minutes is incredible, but it's the fact that Team Nolly has not been able to do much about it. Not because of inopportunity, but because the forward press is not there.
It's only been 2 minutes? Oh my goodness.
2 minutes, 20 seconds now. I'm pretty long-winded.
No, you're fine. I'm just still reeling at that comment. For sure, I thought this game was at least a little bit more done and over with, but no, we still have half a game to go, and it is 4-0. And Nolly, he is doing his darnest time and time again. He has been making solo plays as best as he can. He's making last-second save attempts. He's really doing as much as he can right now. But unfortunately, Sino and Zen just aren't helping him as much as they need to. Not to the effect that Nando and Sauce have been helping Creams upfield. There just needs to be more support. And constantly, this Creams side has so much support upfield.
I'd hate to be a broken record, but at this point, almost every single touch that has gone in game number 3 has come off of brilliant forward pressure against shadowed defense that is waning away. That's twice now. We've seen a goal on the goal line, and here comes another one. When it rains, it pours.
Just rubbing salt on the wound, the kickoff win.
Oh.
There's nothing else Team Nolly could do at this point. Team Creams, 2 goals by every single player on the roster right now. Everyone with at least 1 assist. The shots, 4, 3, and 3 across the board. You mentioned, someone made a comment earlier, if you had turned off name tags, you wouldn't know who the pro was. And at times, you don't, because it seems like everyone on Team Creams has just that even. Nolly, a phenomenal solo play again. But what can you do at this point? This is just to keep yourself sane at this point of this game.
At this point, it truly is Nolly just showing the way, leading by example, and that goal starts with forward press. I'm not going to touch on forward press again. I'm pretty sure everyone hears it in the ears. I'm hoping that the observation from one Zen and Sino on the results that Nolly was able to get there create a different team going into game 4. Otherwise, you know what? Y'all are right. I'm wrong. Sauce, I'm sorry.
Oh, we'll see. There's still time. Again, always echo the sentiment. No matter if you lose by 1 or you lose by 10, a loss is a loss, a game's a game. And that's why we have series. It doesn't go off goal differential across of a series. So at this point, Nolly and the rest of the team just need to say, you know what? It wasn't our game. Let's get the next 2 back. Let's figure out how to stop the offensive pressure, the transition game, the aerial attack that we're seeing by Team Creams. They're so comfortable in the air. The challenges need to come quicker, and poor Nolly is last back yet again.
This is a tragedy at this point. They all get too far forward. I don't feel like Sino's supposed to be there because Nolly is left hanging. And I was going to say, if it were aggregate scoring, then oh my, it'd be a tall order, because now you're staring down the barrel of 12-4.
No.
13-4.
No. Oh my goodness, what a play. The patience by Nandu. He outplays 2, even outplaying Nolly, who is probably beside himself at this point of the game. I don't think we could say anything more without being more of a broken record. Sauce, why?
It's at this point I don't need to commentate anymore, folks. You've seen the same play, mirror image, multiple times in this game. Like, 11 seconds left. Let's see if the fireworks continue or if this massacre can finally end.
This is a bloodbath, for sure. Well, good thing this bloodbath is over. If there was another second, that would have been a 10th goal.
And in that fashion.
Goal. Oh my goodness. 14 shots, 9 goals.
I'm gonna just apologize in advance. You know, that like I'm hard on Sauce on a regular basis, just due in part to the fact that I've had to deal with extremely disappointing University of Kansas gameplay for the last really 4 or 5 years, and in all honesty, Kansas continues to get better and better, and it's on the backs of players like Sauce. There's a reason Sauce was highly touted. There's a reason Sauce goes in the top 3. Even crazier, what a team that Creams has put together. Sauce and Nando look incredible as a combination, and if they keep up what we've seen, and they have kept up what we've seen to the tune of this game, oh boy, they're going to be tough to stop.
You know, normally, again, we mentioned how Nolly is very level-headed, very good at adapting, very good at being under pressure, and they did do that in game number 2, but I don't know how you can mentally come back from such a devastating loss. Like, this was beyond game number 1. They kept doing the same thing on repeat, and it worked, and they didn't learn their lesson. Now up kickoff, Sino makes a phenomenal save, but this better not be a repeat of the last game. Team Nolly need to get in this. Sauce, the demo upfield. Creams, how does he come back to that ball? And Nando finds the finish already.
I'd like to chalk it up to a series of unfortunate events, but I feel like more than that, it's mental that's chalk. Nolly runs into Sino off of the respawn, and it's really at the point where I'm starting to feel bad. Like, I'm starting to wanting to GG go next on this series, and I'm just watching it.
Yeah. Huge, I think, momentum on the side of Team Creams. I mean, if I were to be confident, I would be confident at this point. I don't know how you can't be on Team Creams. But you know what? There's still 4 minutes, 10 seconds left. And we know how good Nolly can be. Sino, Zen need to lock in. And we'll see. Creams has some boost to work with. High air again. Flip reset challenged by Zen. Nolly low boost in the back of net. But Sino playing out only gets past one. Now Zen and Nolly do double commit on that play. Sauce back pass to Creams. Good thought process, but Creams just wasn't ready. Sauce sidewall. Nando there. Pressure still coming constantly for Team Creams. And what a challenge by Nando onto Nolly to get rid of that ball off of him.
Apparently I'm a merchant of depression because I continue to watch Team Nolly, and we're getting it from the sky view in my case. It's so tough to watch some of these rotations. Cream's gonna punish it again, but it does not seem like the team and the squad have a thought process on the who goes next. How can we get it as a forward challenge? There has been a reluctancy to find 50-50s in their own defensive zone, let alone the mid.
Yeah, the overextension has been really tough to watch by them. Nobody's back on that play because Zen's in the opposing corner of his opponent. While the other Sino and Nolly were both up on that play. So adjustments, especially defensively, need to be made. And if you're going to play so far up, then be ready to challenge and make sure you have the resources, aka boost, to work with to make plays like this. Sino, no boost. He's back, but he doesn't have anything to get back to that ball quick enough because Nando is there to steal it and just get it back in again.
It's like going to work at a department store and then finding out everyone's buying online. That is exactly what we saw out of that defense. Everyone, nowhere to be found. Everybody calling into work.
This one in midfield, Nando there misses the touch. Zen not much boost. Creams shadowing here. We'll find a touch here in challenge. Able to read that off the ceiling. Get it over to Nando, who puts it back in midfield. Pop up by Nolly. Sauce there lurking. Does get it over him, but Nando, a great touch off to the corner.
Okay.
Creams last back, but the touch here and the overextension again.
They can't see it at home, everybody, but my hands are in my head, and I do not. I just can't. At this point, I do not, and I can't. That is essentially what my comms are. That is what my commentary has become. The last 14 goals, 13-1, dynamically in favor of Team Creams.
I can't remember the last time I've said such a stat line. That's just crazy, to say the least. Dominance. I mean, Team Creams, Kendra, do you feel like this is a fluke? Or do you think they are, I know you've said there's so many top 4 teams at this point. Do you think Team Creams is really as good as what they've shown?
Hey, you know, if I remember right, Team Creams was one of my original top 4s back when I still hadn't named off 4 of them, so it doesn't surprise me that they're doing well. What does surprise me is that Team Nolly, after having a 3-0 against Andy's team, of all people, looks so discombobulated. They haven't been able to muster much in the way of forward pressure, and at this point, Team Creams are just walking the dog in the offensive zone.
They make it look easy. I don't know how else to say it. They make it look really darn easy, and that is no fit. I don't know if Creams is just trying to outdo Wavy's match on stream. I'd like to ask chat, who do they think is better? Team Creams, Team Wavy, you know, the TSM teams? I think that would be interesting after we've seen such performances out of both. But yeah, they're not stopping, and that is just impressive.
Oh, forward challenge by Nolly, ends up shooting high. The ball goes low, and I'm going to give credit to Nolly, who's led the way for their team a majority of this time, but I also am going to take that credit away borderline immediately. And Nolly has done a great job of trying to show the team the way, but has also been maybe unrelenting when it comes down to letting them emulate what needs to be done. It cannot be hero ball. It cannot be a solo show. And if you're the one Zen and Sino, we're going to need to see a little bit more out of you. But a conversation definitely needs to happen for Team Nolly going in to round number 3.
Yeah, I think that's the least of what we can say. They need to regroup. They need to reassess. They have to figure out what can they do better as a roster. You went from sweeping a very good roster in Team Andy to losing him 4 in dominant fashion against they just Creams look so good. How many goals did they score? I gotta do quick math. It's a lot.
And I'm not gonna like it was solid gameplay from Team Creams. Going down the line, 19 goals to 4. 19 goals to 4. They might have actually scored a game in this series, but the series still felt like a sweep. And I'm not going to pile on any more than I have to. This was a dynamic game because you had a team that did what it knew it could do right well. And then you had another team that just could not get it together and muster a challenge as a team.
Well, I think we have said enough. Let's bring back Taco and Vod for their thoughts.
That's about right, Taco.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. Taco, I mean, I was gonna come to you first on this one. I mean, what really happened after the win for Team Noli that led to their downfall in this series?
Did they even have a win? It was a Pyrrhic victory at that. It was nothing going on there. It was just kind of chop it off, lop some bits. It felt so hollow at the end. I was so shocked by how one-sided that was. At a certain point, I had to look away. Tears started welling up in my eyes. I had to wipe it away.
I envy you.
It was just not. It was just not competitive at a certain point. Team Creams, I mean, I should have known better. Halfway through, I was literally saying, Creams, he's streaming right now, and this is shocking that he's streaming anything other than rank X 6-mans, because that's all he's been grinding. The man is just insane. So apparently, he came into this with the exact same energy, and I just feel like Team Noli, it's not even that they couldn't compete. It's like, they at a certain point, I think once you get beaten by an 8-goal margin in a single match, I think it's pretty much Jover at that point.
It's unfortunate, to say the least, on that end, but thankfully for Team Noli, they still have more matches to go.
Will's stuck.
Taco
I'm too far away.
There we go. Well, you get adjusted, Taco. Kendall,
close.
looking forward for Team Creams. Out of the masterclass we kind of saw in those last 2 series, is anybody stopping them in this next round?
I will say they're a stoppable team. A lot of forward pressure can't be stopped as long as you put equal amounts of pressure forward. We didn't see that out of Nolly's team. And again, I don't want to speak to it in a negative light. I feel like I've piled on this team. I love Nolly. I love the people who are on that squad. So I feel bad at this point. But they made Taco's chair look not broken.
Oh, well. Well, with that, why don't we take our next break, get all the results calculated, and get into the 3rd round of action, figure out who has one more series to go, one more series to hopefully stay alive, and a couple more series till they have a chance to make it in it to that top 8. We'll see you after that.
Flicking.
Hey, look at this.
What?
Save nearly $750.
With that kind of money, we could fly south.
Except we don't migrate.
No, I'm talking actually fly. Sit back, relax, maybe work on my novel, and I won't forget the little birds out there. Actually, yes, I will.
Wow, money changed you.
Just keeping it real. Do people still say that?
Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds to spend on whatever you dream up.
Rocket League is a great game to play with your friends, but when you're playing alone, you need to be able to quickly communicate with your matched teammates. That's where Quick Chat comes in. Quick chatting is important because it can allow you to quickly and effectively relay what you're doing to your teammates. Ran out of boost? Use Quick Chat. Going up the left wall? Quick Chat. Teammate missed a routine save? You get the idea. You can use the Quick Chat by pressing the D-pad to display a short list of chat options. You can configure which chat options are bound to which button by going to Settings, Chat, and then View Change Quick Chat. Here, you can set the exact chats you will want to use in-game. Sometimes a well-timed Quick Chat can be the difference between a win or loss. Other times, not so much. Either way, this feature is an important part of the game, especially when queuing alone, so get out there and get chatting.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out of try, but can't seem to slow down. And I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to.
thing high and do it.
And we return after a not really nail biter of a series, but maybe one where you pull your nails out afterwards if you're an OG fan. Not the kind of imaging we're wanting there, but regardless.
We need insurance on that one.
We do need insurance on that one, but we'll talk more about Progressive a little bit later. What we do need to talk about is the Swiss stage and how it has progressed up to this point. There we go. As we are now in the third round of competition. As you can see, a couple teams on their last legs. Diaz and Hockey, our next match, of course. Cosmic and Eris. And we started with Cosmic. We were like, oh, this is going to be a great matchup. And then they went to game 5 afterwards against Frosty, and now they are facing off against Team Eris, who are struggling to keep themselves above water as well. They only have a single game win, so maybe for Team Cosmic that is the light at the end of the tunnel. But looking at the upper end of the matches, we saw Team Creams, we saw Team Wavy. Do both of them make it through here, Kendo?
Oh, abso-stinking-lutely. Both of those teams showed us that they were able to put together a team-based game plan. It will not surprise me whatsoever with seeing either of those teams in. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if those were the two teams that won their matchups in the top portion of this round. I think Team Creams will be a little more vulnerable, but Team Wavy, Team Wavy looks like they can win the whole thing just on this day.
And Flitz did say, oh, he's going to win this too with his roster, and he's been doing pretty good himself. 3-1 over Team Hockey, 3-0 over Gyro, now facing off against Team Creams. Wouldn't be surprised if they got that victory. 5-up again, another great pickup for Summer Series for Team Akron. They've been doing pretty good for themselves. Just a 5-game victory in the upper side of the Swiss round 2, and they were able to get that victory over Zanil, so that's a big win for them. And then they got a 3-0 to start off the day against Team Eris. But my question for you, Taco, on this one, Team Noli are playing against the team who has played the most amount of games so far. I mean, how they got to be feeling after that last series going into that next one against Team Frosty? How do they prepare for it?
Well, that's the kind of hardest part about trying to deal with some kind of tough losses that you do see Team Noli getting into the second round on the uppers, and then you just get a loss handed to you, like airshipped, more like Predator missile directly onto your head and saying, okay, well, that's a rough one. And so you now have to rebound against, yes, Frosty, who's been really taking their time, just leisurely stroll through the sweaty series going game 5. So I think that's kind of helps. It's against a team that probably is struggling to figure things out. Granted, getting a win is one thing, but I think getting a rebound game in the 1-on-1 is definitely helpful. Obviously, in Swiss, you have 3 lives to lose before you actually have to get yourself kicked out, but it is very difficult as a team, and arguably one of the hardest things, I think, in competitive, to lose a series like that and then shake it off because you know in 10 minutes you have to go do it again.
Looking forward to our next matchup here. Diaz with their journey specifically, they went to game 5 against Team Cream, so you would think that would bode well for them, but then they got swept by Team Andy in that lower end of round 2. So looking at their journey, kind of a tough spot for them. Team Hockey, though, and looking at their specific matchups that they've had, they've only gotten a single game win themselves, and a tough spot to start in for both of these two rosters shaping up against each other. But we'll have some more time to get into that specific matchup itself. Zanil, Andy, Oaf Knight, Gyro, out of those teams, Chixa, I want you to predict one that'll make it into the top 8.
Ooh, the top 8. You know what? I'm gonna go with my point that I made earlier. I said the Eris matchup, whoever would win would move on forward and get that momentum. So I'm gonna take moving on forward, taking this one to the next one.
I respect it. Well, talking about these teams here, Kendo, why don't you introduce us to the two rosters on Team Diaz and Team Hockey?
As you mentioned, Team Diaz, Manny and Duckworth, Duck Nation, rise up in the chat. I'm expecting quite a bit of response because, boy, is that following absolutely in fuego on the regular. Hockey, Process, and Dev, we're still trying to figure out who exactly Dev is. I'm joking completely, but after the draft show, there were a lot of questions. Apparently, 3,000 MMR.
Apparently.
Yes, 3,000. As many players have been able to dream of, not actually being able to achieve that one. But otherwise, they're also from George Mason University, the most bullied organization in all of CCA, I would have to say.
Yes.
Very frequently in the CRL general or just the general chat of the CCA Discord, there is a question of whether just to ban GMU in general. Just for no reason, just pops up.
Because they kind of like self-bully themselves. So it's not really like other organizations in collegiate doing it. It's really just GMU and Tihan really talking down to themselves. They gotta have that confidence, and hopefully that'll be enough confidence for either of these two teams to move forward into that next round. And speaking of this next matchup, we gotta get predictions underway. We'll start with you, Chicksa, on this one. You've been 2 for 2 so far, so who's gonna win this matchup?
Why'd you have to jinx me like that? No. I'm gonna go with Diaz. I think hockey's been struggling today. I do have a love for Process and that Lubbock team, but they always just seem to fall short. So I'm gonna take Diaz. I'm gonna take the Duckworth fan club that I hope to see. I actually really enjoyed watching Duckworth for the first time when I did see him in Summer Series. That was my first exposure to him, and I was incredibly impressed. I think he's someone who slid farther than I would have personally liked going in that second round, so I'm excited to watch him play in this one.
Valid. Very valid assessment. What about you, Taco?
My predictions have been the worst I've ever had them be. So honestly, I'm just going to go completely against my expectations. I'll go with hockey. Screw it. I'm just going with them because I believe hockey and Process are two incredibly good players. Obviously, pro player, rank X player, and Dev. Honestly, GMU, they've gotten pretty far in a lot of qualifiers. So I'm just going to believe in them for no other reason than the fact that I can't predict to save my life.
Hey, they did decent in collegiate ascension, and that's all that matters.
That's true.
Brother's down bad. He's in the fetal position. He needs a new chair desperately, and I don't know that the streak is going to change with a prediction like that. Going against your instinct, I gotta go with my instinct, and I had called it early on. Diaz's squad, the one that I thought was most likely to make it in, just due to Manny being him. Combine that with Duckworth and Diaz in general is fantastic, well-rounded squad. It surprises me that they are here. It won't surprise me if they win this.
I have to go with Team DS on this one as well. And I'm recognizing, Kendall, you're saying it doesn't surprise you if any of these teams make top 4 or win this based on the predictions you're going for. But hey, there really is no surprise regardless of who comes out on top, because that is how strong the competition is here for Bundle Bash event number 3. I'm also going to go for Team Diaz personally. Let's see how chat is voting with their channel points as well. Currently, it is 55 to 45%. Still have a minute left to get those predictions in. Will it be the Duckworth fan club supporting Team Diaz to victory, or is it going to be going the other end of the pond? We will figure out who still surfaces above water after this.
The Duck, are they going to reign supreme, or is it going to be hockey, a well-known collegiate history? Diaz, hockey, two very well-known players, two players that are either been in CRL, now in CRL, competing at the collegiate level, but yet still being captains and having that professional experience.
And it's also the spooky element of knowing that we're going to have to say goodbye to one of these teams soon, because this is really the last chance for them in this round. So trying to make sure that they can keep Swiss alive, keep those top 8 hopes alive, and be able to fight for that $7,500 prize pool, as only so many can actually fit into that. It's a spooky time, but that's also what these players play for. You got to just take it one series at a time and ignore really everything that came before.
Yep. We have seen blowouts. We have seen dominance. Diaz, why? Anyways, I'm not going to focus on it. That's a choice. I'm going to hope it's confidence, and that's going to lead them on forward. It doesn't make me feel better about my prediction. Why is Duckworth in that car too? Manny as well. Taco, please save me.
Now, that's just pure confidence when you're all in meme cars. Personally, I'm a huge fan of the Ecto 1 Diaz is in. It's actually a great hitbox. I would actually go on stints of using it for quite some time. I would never use what Manny and Duckworth are wearing, so much so that I'm actually blanking on the name of it. All I know is it has the worst default engine sound in the entire game.
I legitimately cannot remember what that car is because I don't think I've played a singular game of it in my entire life. But I'm going to assume it's pure confidence. In fact, Vod, thank you. It's the Aftershock. That is, I mean, they're giving the effect, but also at the same time, hockey's scoring on them.
Well, we'll see how long those presets last when you start falling behind your hockey getting the first goal of a serious pass. That's always the fun part about playing with someone that good. You can just throw it anywhere in the middle, and it's going to be most likely in your net. Kind of like that when you don't take a kickoff that well. Nice cheat up. And there's a little bit of a combo to open us up.
I'm going to blame the cars on this one, Taco. Not going to lie. The hitbox is bad. Anyways, I'm going to forget about it. Hockey. 2 goals. Great start. This is probably fantastic momentum for them. They have been struggling today, as we have mentioned. I think we said what? They've only won 1 game thus far today, looking to take game 2 here and hopefully get momentum. I mean, they are on their last leg, you mentioned. Whoever loses this series goes home already in the quickest fashion possible, and no one wants to be in that situation so early with the prize pool we have on the line. Process follow up here, double commit on that save, but it will pop out into that midfield.
Process going from the corner will be lopped directly up into the ceiling. Nice read by Diaz. Manny actually able to get another continuation to slow down hockey as will not get that catch, but that backflip slowing thing down again. Look at the speed from Process, and honestly just the speed from Team Hockey overall. Team Diaz, I don't think they're necessarily trying to troll. I think they're just trying to have fun with it as they understand they make a bit of a comeback here. And sometimes that can be a benefit, but right now I think they would settle for just consistent touches, of which they are getting very few.
I would have to agree there. Duckworth looking like he's struggling. Hockey 1-on-1. The bump does come through, but Diaz still managing to save throughout the chaos. Manny underneath. Hockey there in midfield has been such an active player on rotations in this game in particular. He's been everywhere when it comes to it. I'm always saying Hockey gets this next touch. Hockey's back. Hockey now putting it into the corner. He's been phenomenal with his positioning, and that's allowed his team to have so much success in this first game.
Dev has been the role player along with Process, just trying to fill in where his teammates simply cannot, and really there's not too much that they're lacking in, particularly because 0 shots from Team Diaz so far. They're not able to really do anything, and most of it is because of touches like that. It's down the line, it's continued, but there's not really any venom to it. There's nothing that is actually forcing Team Hockey to panic, and we got a player like Process plays at a million miles an hour, able to make quite a lot with not too little the opportunities on counterattacks, and I think it's only going to get worse as Diaz is going to have to start pushing a lot more aggressively, or at least pushing it all. Hockey almost uncontested, dribbles that over everyone.
This one by Manny put towards the other end of the field, but the 50 will come through. Diaz still providing pressure. Duckworth early. Does he get the double tap read? It's across the goal line. Diaz just sneaks in the angle. And you know what, Taco? There's still a chance.
Yes, there is, and Duckworth doing a great job of not only getting around that first player, but then kind of like leaning away, like when you're playing tag, trying to make sure let's not get tagged, let's not get a little bit of a bump out of the way to get the double to the back post. It's a well-worked play, which I don't really see too much of. 1 shot, 1 goal, I guess is all the efficiency Diaz needs. There's a second, it will not find similar success, and Hockey will clean it up after the first touch.
Hockey through the midfield, challenged well by Duckworth, who now will go up again for yet another touch. Manny off towards the corner, running low on boost, maybe. Does take patience and it manages with the ball because of it. Manny on the air dribble. Does he get a flip reset with the aftershock? Is that almost an own goal? What is happening on the goal line for Team Hockey? How they haven't gotten scored on, I will never know. Diaz is backwards. Manny is up, does find the beat. Duckworth off the ceiling, doesn't find the touch. If only Team Diaz could have made the most of that opportunity. So much discombobulation on the defense.
And actually, they're doing better to get the ball in weird positions. However, no contact from Duckworth means that clear. It's going to go all the way back down for Diaz. Tries for the Psycho. It will only go to the sideline. Dev straight to Process. High lob again. Diaz will not be able to react to it as they're not getting that touch, but still works out. Manny, backboard Process. No more boost, and yet still times out his rotation to get that clear. Is that all we're going to be able to see?
5 seconds. No boost in the tank for Diaz. Manny, no boost either. chain dashing on the wall. Duckworth the only one with boost. Bumped away. Can Diaz turn? The shot's on target, but not enough time. It'll touch the ground, hit 0. Team Hockey takes game 1 in interesting fashion.
Yeah, I would say interesting in terms of the car choice. I am fascinated to see at what point they will stop that approach. Because at a certain point, you're thinking, okay, I kind of want to get money out of this and see if they actually go back to their meta car picks. But either way, I do like the approach. I especially like the back half from Team Diaz. I think they understood. Let's take some air dribbles. Let's get some double taps off the ceiling. Let's try to beat them with speed. Use the surfaces well. Let's stop diving in. And I think that slowly started to work, but the damage had already been done. If you're going to give up 2 goals and then you have to mount a comeback after kind of playing more lackadaisical in the midfield, it's just going to be a really rough affair. I think they need game 2 to start off a lot more even, and then they can maybe chip away and form a more, I would say, coherent game plan.
Yeah, I really think they had a lot of missed touches or just missed opportunities. They were this close sometimes to making a really great play, but one thing led to another and the read was just not there. So hopefully adjustments are made. I could tell there's still confidence to come out with that car choice they had and still play such a close game as well. So hopefully, I'm hoping we go to normal cars and we get our best gameplay out of the side of the field of Diaz.
And I don't think... Wait, I mean, I might have seen something. I can't tell what Manny's car is. Diaz is very much still in the Ghostbuster car, but other than that, yeah, we are very much sitting in the same presets, I suppose, as we get into game number 2. Man, those Aftershock, just it hurts the soul to look at.
Taco, can I change my prediction?
No, we gotta lock it in, all right? I know this is like
unfair.
Nah, it's a classic curveball that we all get dealt occasionally as analysts. This is where you're saying, hey, I think this team will come up pretty well, and then you find out that they're playing with their feet just for a laugh, and you're like, well, I guess this is just how it has to be.
I wanted to go perfect today. Sag. Anyways, still could happen, because you know what? It was 2-1 last game, and that was with the choices that they decided to make on the field. So I still think there's a chance. Hopefully they've adjusted to the hitbox diff and they connect on a ton of these plays that I've been saying they've just been missing connection-wise. Manny, that's the second psycho attempt. And Diaz is up again quick for it, but Hockey's controlling in the air process, looking for the double tap read, doesn't find it. Team Hockey, they need to make that goal play in early.
Hockey will be able to catch in. That's about it. They're just going to try to set up being a wall, and I suppose that works well enough because Process is able to control that one, if not for Manny. Could have deflected more middle, but it's not like Dev is too involved. He's more so just kind of patrolling the midfield, making sure nothing too crazy happens, and might get called into action sooner rather than later because Hockey got beaten over the top. Diaz coming in. Dev will step up, get that deflection to the corner, but Diaz with the pinch out will, I would say, elongate the attack, but more or less there really isn't many attacks to speak of from either side.
Duckworth, if only he could have beat 2. Hockey, though, has a bunch of boost to work with. Does he have the read? It's a cross, but no finish. Huge clear by Duckworth. Manny towards the cars. Quick fashion. I don't know if he got a flip reset or not. I'm not comfortable with calling that with that hitbox. I couldn't just tell. And Manny off the 50 rolls this one up the sidewall. Diaz there, quick fashion, backboard read, not enough boost to stay high enough for the double tap. And now Duckworth will just stall. Diaz back on it. And just again, so many missed touches this series. And that's what Team Diaz doesn't want to have. They can't be successful if they keep missing the ball.
It really does feel like they're trying to play so desperate in terms of some of these touches. Like, some of them are just low boost. You're jumping at a ball and you're expecting it to kind of roll over, and it goes a little high, so it's fine. And then the next one's like, well, that guy's kind of closer. I'm going to play off his read. And the defender says, well, you know, he's pretty close to the ball as well. I'll play off his read. And they both whiff. So this is kind of an awkward game where both teams are pretty much in the exact same flow state where they're just trying to play off each other. That doesn't really work. So let's try being assertive. Maybe like by pre-jumping, Duckworth hit that a bit too far away from Diaz in the back post, but my goodness, only a matter of time before one of those connects.
I mean, we have to end this game at one point or another, which means one goal will eventually be scored. When it happens, I will never know. Process off the backboard. This one, again, bouncing off that backboard in Hockey. Picking it up, has full boost. Diaz the challenge, and this one by Duckworth saved away. Manny open net for mere seconds, and Dev quickly closing that gap. And up back towards offense. Team Hockey goes. Hockey towards the skies and doesn't set himself up as well as he probably could have.
Yeah, but part of that was Process trying to lob that one high, but he hit it way too hard. I think Hockey would have been fine with half that power, so he could have a bit more options. This one gives him one. The double, Manny takes it away, so Dev has his chance of keeping it alive. The demo play actually onto the side of Process means Dev is going to have to make a short do of anything with nothing in the tank. Means Hockey is required. Every single play starting to develop and play style as well through individual moments. The demos starting to rain on through. Is that maybe a difference maker for Team Diaz? I'm not entirely sure, although it's certainly throwing off the rotation from our orange side.
Oh, I'm just confused. Why do they keep jumping from random angles and just throwing themselves in the air? The coach in me is just dumbfounded at this point of the game. 40 seconds left. We haven't seen a goal yet. A single shot from Duckworth on Team Diaz and 5 shots thus far from Team Hockey. A lot more boost pressure, of course, coming from Team Hockey that may give them the opening they need in the last 30 seconds of this game, but this one falls. Diaz doesn't find contact. Maybe Manny can set up somebody in midfield. Diaz is there, sends it down. Manny sends it back to Duckworth, and that shot just isn't good enough.
That's double commit from Team Hockey. It doesn't really harm them because that touch in the midfield doesn't go through, but doesn't open up potentially a gap. That Process apparently immediately closes. Hockey can't cut around that. Again, just missed touches, and I don't even mean it like as if they're mistakes. It's just really a lack of prep, a lack of confidence almost, to just kind of plow through a certain challenge and be able to actually move on through. But no way that's the way it's gonna end. One of the weirdest games we've ever seen, and we only last 2 seconds into OT. The
Well
fake
then.
kickoff. Oh, no.
With the weirdly shaped cars.
Ugh. Turned off autopilot, the worst possible moment on that one, and the plane is going to veer heavily away from where it intended to go. And I'm not entirely sure what they planned to do there. That was a fake kickoff into potentially hitting it into the cheat up man, but Hockey, I don't even think he reacted to it. He just straight up hit it and was like, all right, well, I guess GG, moving on. What a way to go down by 2.
W, I guess, Team Hockey. I mean, great
It
job by
counts.
Hockey. He is for the 6 shots, the only goal. He's been the most successful player on offense across the entire field of 6 people. He has been the most consistent. And he's just playing his own game. I feel like Hockey's in his own world, and we're all just living in it. And he's doing great with the plays that he's been able to make. I don't know what else to say. This series is a weird one.
Yeah, a little bit. It's not looking clean whatsoever. And honestly, I went back to the term confidence. I don't see it from any of the players. A lot of these aerials, instead of just going as fast as possible in the lead, it's almost like they're going for it, and halfway through they're like, do I have that read? Can I beat that guy? And I'm like, you just need to go. You just need to trust in your ability, trust in the rotation of your teammates to be able to cover for you. But I don't see any of that. Everything's so passive. It's so like half-hearted on some of these approaches, on these flicks, on even these saves. So I think that's the biggest change in why that game felt a little bit more disjointed. And with game 3 on the line, Team Diaz, despite still being in an aftershock in Necto, apparently they are backs against the wall and they don't care. They're going to keep going, let their freak flag fly, and then go at it on DFH.
You know what? It's fine. They adjust here. They are so used to the cars at this point. We're going to see the craziest play of the day with these cars. That's what I'm going to hope for, and I think we'll honestly see it. The adjustments there, they have been pre-jumping a lot of plays that could have turned out really crazy, so maybe we will just see what ends up happening. But 4 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Team Hockey on match point, looking to close this one out in quick fashion, and we'll see just who can find the finish in this one. Great clear up field by Manny, touched by Hockey, dangerous, does get the secondary touch out really strong, but an overextension by Team Diaz. Devin Diaz one-on-one. Diaz managing to get the save off his back post, and a great play and great offensive pressure early by Team Hockey.
Ooh, Manny went for the backboard double on his own side and did not work out. So Diaz will bail him out, but not too much. Process. Sometimes you're going too fast when you get up on that wall. The G-force alone will just eat your jump, and that's exactly what happened there. Attack's still not over, but really hadn't really truly begun. Duckworth is fully aware of it. Process late to the challenge and might still be deflected, but attack is potentially as something at the tail end of it. But I will say, admirable effort from Team Diaz to eventually get the clear.
Hockey managing to win that 50, get the save credited to him as well. Diaz misses this one. Duckworth last back. Dev not much boost, but good back. Challenge. Finding it. Duckworth can't get to it quick enough. Diaz and Manny both in the air. Diaz needs to find contact with this one. The challenges are made. He makes yet another 50, and that prevents a shot from being on target. This one straight down midfield. And now someone looking to take control. Diaz goes underneath, but Dev stands on the goal line to find the block.
Or Duckworth, he's trying to get the demo to clear the way, but he just could not at the end of it. Process going to also be met as we slowly see Team Diaz start to advance down. They had a good opportunity, and now it seems like on defense, more definitively going in for these reads, but maybe not on the comms yet. Another double commit from Diaz and Duckworth. Manny goes on this one, and Diaz is in a familiar situation. He's left alone with 0 boost, and yet confusion now on Team Hockey. It means no counterattack.
Manny up to Duckworth. Duckworth pass out in midfield, and Manny can't find the angle. What a quick setup. But unfortunately, the pass just isn't made. Duckworth backboard, not red. Manny, can he come through on time and misses? Made, and Hockey saves it on the goal line. Manny, Diaz both up. This one goes back down. Duckworth across the goal line. Still looking to get another pass, but no connection made yet again. Such close attempts and opportunities. This one, dare I say, going to overtime again. We keep seeing how close and how denied each team is. Hockey off the backboard and no follow-up. Again, so many shooting opportunities by both sides, but they just keep missing the mark on the accuracy front.
Oh, Manuel, yeah, I got to do better than that. He just had a wide open shot, and he just kind of rolled it there on the near post. And it's moments like that that make me really just kind of shudder, because these are the moments where for an 0-2 team, yeah, you might not be playing great, but they just seem completely out of their element. They are completely in their heads. And I need someone, maybe the captain. It's Hockey with a ceiling double, and finally we got something to talk about with a lead.
Hockey has been the most consistent player this series, and he is making plays all on his own. That's a difficult read off the ceiling, but yet he squeezes it in between Diaz, who valiant effort on the save on the goal line, but unfortunately it's not enough as it just squeaks on by. Hockey again challenging Diaz early, not ready for it. Dev goes off. Almost blocks one, and this one's still in front of the net dangerously before Duckworth is able to find a clear only into midfield, where it's back again on the blue half. Time is running out for Team Diaz with 50 seconds remaining and a 1-goal deficit. Their touches.
Wow.
You know what? It works. It's good enough. And the transition goal off the post and down doesn't go on in. The crossbar. No.
Really well done by Diaz. I can't underscore just how incredibly clutch that was to fake the clear and then knowing the offensive player is going to go for it. It has given them at least a chance at this comeback, and right now they have a good rotation going. Problem is, you need boost to maintain it, and it doesn't look like Team Hockey is in the mood to share. Manny trying to get the 50. He's actually going to interrupt Dev on that clear, which means Duckworth has a chance. And after all of that persistence, 30 straight seconds of offense leads to an equalizer.
Taco, so you're saying there's a chance? There is a chance. It's 1-1, 11 seconds left. This is going down to the wire. Dare I say overtime again? 11 seconds. Don't whiff another kickoff, please. Diaz, sidewall. 51 by Hockey.
No!
And you know what? Hockey are just built different.
Just, that's pain. I know exactly what Diaz is going for on the read, but he's trying so hard to go for something that, in my opinion, does not need that level of commitment. Nobody is back. It's wide open from Hockey, and honestly, I don't even think he meant to shoot that. He was just trying to get there first. So with a kickoff like that, Team Hockey can waste down the seconds. They just got to find the spike, and it did not take long. GG's from the side of Team Diaz, but Team Hockey just simply more consistent in the end of the day.
Wild match. Hockey, phenomenal job as the captain throughout the entirety of that series. I think he led the offense for his team. He managed to consistently make shots, consistently make goals. I'm pretty sure Hockey scored almost all of the goals, if not all of them, throughout that series. Did the other two score, or was it just Hockey?
It's hard to know because, honestly, there were so few goals based on what I came in expecting that I would say, yes, I would say Hockey is a majority of that offense, mainly just because I felt like everyone was just playing so timid. And in a way, it's because, yeah, you're an 0-2 team in Swiss. This is for elimination, so Team Diaz, they're adios and out of it. But Team Hockey, they have to know that they have to pick it up for that next series. That got real sloppy all throughout that series. It was really only game one that I felt like they really was more locked into a play style that they were comfortable with.
It was still 1 goal difference across the board throughout all those games, which is wild that it ends up in a sweep after such close game after game. But why don't we bring back in Vod and Kendo? Maybe I might be jinxing y'all, but nah, I'm bringing them back in. I don't know what's real or what's not.
I actually found popcorn.
Yeah, Kendo was just having to eat some popcorn during that series. I mean, Kendo, what's your analysis on that one?
Yes.
They're trolling! Come on, man! Like, what was that? I saw more shots. I saw fewer shots from their squad than I saw in the entire game. Goals scored from Team Hockey, and considering goals-wise, we only saw what, a grand total of 6 goals between the two.
Yeah, it was not a clean series. Game 2 particularly was, I would have to say, the sloppiest game of Rocket League at a high level. Considering all these players are SSL, it was mind-blowing how many times there would be, when you see whiffs, there's situational whiffs where you're late to a challenge, you have to guess that they're going to hit it on the backboard or a certain angle, so you kind of like play off the ball. But it felt like every single challenge, they were not 100% sure on the read. They just went for it, didn't adjust, and it was just whiff, 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 hit no pass, whiff again. And I was thinking to myself, I think these two teams are just terrified while they're playing. Either that or they're just laughing the whole time because I don't know what I was looking at.
Having fun, but not playing good Rocket League is all we can say about that series.
In all honesty, though, I do hope that it was legitimate trolling, because in all honesty, what I saw was a team that was throwing themselves a lot of challenges. Sometimes, and Chixie even mentioned this, at angles that were not exactly conventional. Were they having fun? I'm sure that they were having fun. The car choices indicate that they were having fun. That it was just not so cosmic an aftershock that we got to enjoy on the screen.
We weren't having a fun time. Speaking of cosmic, I'm still curious to see how the result is going to come through for that matchup. But we did get some results in from the upper side of the bracket. Wavy with a 3-0 sweep over Team 5UP, and Team Creams also got swept by Team Flitz. So Flitz really backing up and Wavy that they were going to be the ones to potentially win this thing, and well, that's what we're seeing so far. We still have more results to go. Actually, we have all the results from the 1-on-1, so just waiting on the Cosmic and Eris results. So while we get that in, we get things tabulated and calculated for the next round of competition. We'll see you there on the flip side after this break.
Okay, when you turn around, you're gonna see some more.
You have a turkey and cheese.
Let's imagine that LL Cool J has a bubble around him. Do we want to be inside? There are some situations that young homeowners turning into their parents just can't handle.
Yep, there he is. There's my nephew. Now, I got a video of him playing piano.
That's not how you take a selfie.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
3, 2, 1.
We don't need a countdown. Just take the picture.
Has this ever happened to you? You're rotating back on defense like the disciplined player you are. You just situate yourself in the goal, and the ball's over your head in the back of the net. Wouldn't it be great to get to the top of the net quickly to save those top shelf booms? Well, you can with the squishy save. A squishy save is useful when defending, and you either don't have a lot of boost or you find yourself backwards in net with momentum and needing to make that quick save. Popularized by the ex-pro player's squishy muffins, a player drives into the net, jumps off of the net ceiling, and saves or clears the ball. Here's how it's done. When on defense, drive into the net and onto the ceiling of the goal. Maintaining your momentum, line your car up with where the ball will go, jump off of the ceiling of the goal to hit the ball before it goes into the net. This is a great technique to have in your arsenal and a great way to maintain your momentum in transition defense. Try this next time you're in free play and start stacking saves.
See
2 more rounds to go to determine the rest of our top 8. But we have our top 2 teams so far. That is Team Flitz and Team Wavy. Both of them have an 8 differential, but Flitz, I think just based on the way that their draft went, technically is the higher seed. So they get the #1 spot going into that playoff bracket. I know it was randomized, but hey, it works out in Flitz's favor. So you can use that as a motivation to be the best seed going into the playoffs, and hopefully that'll be enough for them to move forward. But are we really surprised by this, Chicks, that those are the 2 teams that moved on already?
I'm not necessarily surprised. I knew Wavy was going to do well, and he did well. I'm a little surprised at the fashion of which Team Creams lost to Team Flitz, but I pulled up the stats afterwards in that game. The first one, 0-2. Well, of course, Team Flitz winning 2-0, and then a close 5-4 or 4-3, really to end that series. Out in Creams with over 1,000 points and 7 saves in game number 2. So that's a crazy effort. I think a crazy series. They didn't get the consistency. Maybe felt some pressure in the highest portion of that bracket. But you know, things happen, and they'll just have to win the next one.
It's really unfortunate to see how that is going right now. So we'll have to see like what progresses for Creams' team as they're facing off against Oaf, who got the 3-0 victory again.
Might have lost them.
Essentially.
Anyways.
Anyway, guys, how's your evening going?
Is fighting over the host role. I'll take it first, and we can rotate because I'm analyst. Anyways, this is the Swiss stage bracket. I never host, by the way. This is the Swiss stage bracket up to this point. We are with round 4. We said Flitz and Wavy first 2, and of course we have our first 2 out as well. That being, of course, Diaz and Cosmic don't make the cut. You know what? I'll throw it to Taco first. Anyone that you're surprised with at this point of the night?
I mean, honestly, it's too hard to really say surprises, because the biggest thing about the Bundle Bash is not necessarily when you recognize talent and say, well, okay, I think these teams could click. It's really just who actually works together, because I feel like sometimes you look at a certain squad, you're like, that's a pretty good team, and then they just pop off, or it's like, this team should be incredible, and then it's just something's a little off that whole time. I think we really saw that in the last match on stream. So I would say if I had to choose one player that, or rather one team that's looking a little bit below what I expected, it is Knight, Zaph, and Wildfire. I really thought would be a little bit better, but unfortunately the former teammates in Oath and Knight going at it, Oath 3-0'd them. So it was just really like a huge downshift in their performance. Now they're fighting for their life against Noli in that 1 and 2 segment.
So underperforming. Kendo, who do you think is overperforming, or you are shocked is either has already made it or is doing better than you thought they would do?
You know, I can't discount the Flitz win. It was a dynamic win, the 3-0, but at the same time, as you had mentioned, very close as far as the games. Won't surprise me if the Cream squad ends up making it in the next one. I'm going to say Team Gyro, because I still don't know what to think of them. Melodic can sometimes be one of the most amazing players, and then also it can be one of the most befuddling players in the same exact sentence at times. So seeing them in the 2-1 and the dynamic wins that they have had, 3-1 over Team a 3-1 over Team Knight, that has been a little bit surprising.
Fair.
I think I'm back.
Good analysis, guys. I enjoyed it. Vod, I took your job.
Thank you. No,
I did
I
horrible.
appreciate it.
I'm glad you're back. No, I was going to start with the next segment where you introduce the matchup
Yes, we
that
do
we
have the matchup
so,
here.
So there you
thank
go.
you, Chixa. And speaking of that, why don't you introduce us to the next matchup? It is Team Andy versus Team Eris. Talk to us a little bit about these specific rosters for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Hostman. Yeah, Team Andy, Preston. I love Preston. Preston's a phenomenal player. And Kalos. Preston, though, is who I'm looking for to really connect with Andy upfield on these plays. I think he's often one that can be overlooked on his regular roster. And then on the flip side of things with Eris, Gusky, and Zora. Zora has done well in bundle bashes in the past, and Gusky always a phenomenal player. Just generally speaking, a very consistent player. And hence why those got picked 4th and 7th. So very high seeding from both of these captains.
Well, hopefully that's going to be enough for either of them to push forward into that 2-2. They still need to get 2 more wins to make it into that top 8. Looking at this top end of things, though, 5 Gyro, Cream's Elf, Frosty's the Neil. I mean, I can see all of these teams making it in. And that's a tough spot for these 1 and 2 teams, because I think last Bundle Bash, neither of the 1 and 2 teams who won their series made it into the top 8. Do we think that's going to happen again here, Kendo?
You know, maybe. No. I think the system gets completely and utterly destroyed here. But at the same time, I am very interested to see who ends up winning between these 2 teams, because this is actually going to be a tough one to predict.
It is a tough one to predict. I mean, talking about that, still waiting on the teams to actually get into lobby, but we can get predictions out of the way, and then we can just waffle for a little bit afterwards. Speaking of that, actually, to fill some time, pancakes or waffles? We always have that in the CCA thing, but I always need an update, a check-in to see if that has changed for anyone. So we'll start with checks on this one.
Me, I like waffles because I like some of the, like, I don't want to say crunchy, but it has different textures. It's not just soft
it's got
throughout.
Ridges
and then you
layers.
get the little, and you got the little pockets of syrup. I appreciate the pockets. Instead of all the syrup falling off, you actually get it throughout your experience of eating breakfast.
Valid. Taco, I feel like you have some opinions.
No, I agree. I thought you were about to take it somewhere else, because everyone's like, well, I like pancakes because I have, nothing interesting about my personality. So I just go with the soft little pillow. Yeah, just like dip some thing in there. And I'm like, no, you like the crispiness. It captures the syrup. It's tasty. And I feel like everyone says pancakes because, I don't know, I'm just assuming, not to be dramatic, that your parents didn't love you enough to get a waffle press. So if that's the case, I'm sorry, but try to branch out,
Kendo, I want your opinion, then also your prediction before we go forward.
Back in the day, I used to think food is food. I am actually a proponent of both. I think that Waffle House itself actually put waffles over for the longest time, but at a most recent hotel stay, I had for the first time in my life watered down waffle batter. I'm sorry. Pancakes are the way to go, and my dad made a wicked pancake back in the day. So you know what? the push comes to shove. The pancakes are my childhood at this point.
Bass French toast is not in the list. You can't go
my
off
gosh.
the script.
No, that's a cheat. No, that's
here.
No, it's cheating because obviously French toast is better, but it also has the ingredient that waffles and pancakes are not allowed to have, in that there's cinnamon. It's
Before
also
we get
bread
off
and
track
not batter.
Here
whatever.
a little bit. Predictions real quick. Series, name, checks it down the line, then we'll get into the lobby.
Flip, flop. I don't know if I don't go with my gut because
See, we didn't know all the information last time, but hey, Taco had to get a win somehow, so it worked.
Give me Andy. I believe in Preston.
Okay, Kendo.
I believe in Eris and Gusky. Zora is a fun addition, so give me Andy, because everything I know is wrong.
And I would like to be right, and so I'm going to go with my gut, which has been dangerous, but I also believe in Andy. I just feel like the Eris team is kind of an interesting combination, but I feel like Andy's just so well balanced all the way
I might
across.
as well keep this desk as cursed as can be, so we're going to go Andy as well, so that we sweep the predictions here. Eris, good luck with that matchup in this next one. It's do or die for both of these rosters. Only one can survive into the end there, but Andy, I mean, they've had an arduous journey. Lost 3-1 to Zanil in the last round. Got their win against Team Diaz 3-0, but now we kind of see what that might have been. And then in the first round, 3-0 swept by Team Noli. So this is the time to shine. This is the time to prove themselves. For Team Andy, looking back at that, maybe the prediction wasn't right with that. For Team Eris, they've been a little bit better. They had gotten that win against Team Cosmic 5 game series 3-2. A little bit better of a warm-up there. Did get 3 once taken down by Team Guh, and then lost to Team 5 up 3-0. But only one of these two teams will move on to the final round of the Swiss stage and hopefully get into the money, the $7,000 prize pool. Everything on the line here. We'll see who takes this best of 5.
Andy and Eris, not the moist combo here we have to deal with, as they're going to have to take down each other. It's a tragic ending to their tail
so
kendo,
funny.
but I'm a huge fan of both players, and honestly,
we all tried. And then I was like, whoa,
only
whoa,
the
whoa, whoa.
strongest.
The tears will fall from one player's fan base. And in the meantime, we're underway with a very, who knows, we may get a moist critical in the chat for this one.
Critical hit, extra damage, especially if Zora is able to get the first goal, and yet it's going to be thrown away. The UTD frontman almost being able to put them out in front, but instead now it's Preston and Andy trying to combo, and spectacularly so, just missing that by a few pixels.
Only a few pixels, the difference early on. Andy, of course, traditionally has a very good showing, especially in league play portions, or the Swiss stage portions of bundle bashes. So it surprises me that we're looking at a 4th round where Andy is on the chopping block, especially with Preston on the squad.
Well, Preston coming off a rough series of games in the past couple days for Boise State, so this is really, I would say, the Preston revenge tour, trying to get some extra cash in the pocket and be able to go on forward. It's been a player that's been able to propel many a team within Bundle Bash to glory, and I think Andy has been kind of a journeyman in RLCS, now finding a home with Poab, and then into potential, eventually going back into the Moist roster. So I think it's an interesting journey that really this whole team could be described to be on, especially lately. And I really don't have too much kind of weighing in on this. I predicted Andy because I feel the potential in this squad, but really the way these two teams are playing, surprisingly even throughout, only 2 shots in total.
He has continued to work things around the corner. I do like the presence. Despite the complete lack of shots on the board, Team Andy has done a great job of staying behind some of their challenges, and they're camping the net. We still haven't seen a shot until Preston gets one on Gusky's equal to the task.
We'll see Andy try to get this one going, but that problem is Eris almost pickpocketed that one, and now we'll go again. A bit of a double commit from Gusky, and that's the issue of a fast-playing team. Sometimes you're going to get in your own way. Eris will get down to the sideline. Andy tries to dive in, gonna pay for it with his life. Eris apparently not messing around on this one. Same with Preston. All just kind of pops on out in the middle, and no one's able to put up a hand.
No one able to put up a hand, but hey, it doesn't matter too much because Preston's gonna see it through. If the ball stays in the offensive zone long enough, eventually it's gonna find pay dirt, and do pretty efficient looks as well. It's alarming to see that much time in the offensive third with only 2 shots on as we're approaching halftime.
I mean, the statistic will grow as these two teams start to figure out what they need to do, especially if there's any weaknesses in the rotation. And honestly, if there's passes to be made, not really too much teamwork I'm seeing from each side. It's mainly just incidental. Take a shot, deflects in middle, and then suddenly that's going to your teammate. But nothing I would say that is necessarily being cooked up in the playbook. These teams have had several rounds to get used to each other. Now it's time to actually apply that one. How about Gusky and Eris landing on each other a pinch? Almost generated something crazy, maybe a double commit ultimately, but it looks like he's able to control from there and get it down the line.
A couple of extra commits on that offensive and defensive effort from either team, and now Andy looking to solo play this one through. Preston is left with the shot on, but that is going to be one they could wish they had back. Not too much going on as far as sustained offense for either one of these teams. It seems like a lot of these aerial plays are being utilized just to jam each other in the midfield, and at the very least, the rotations seem to be pretty clean. To be expected going into the 4th round.
Ooh, Andy, what a
So
setup.
close.
And poor Carlos was not able to actually react to that one in time, but it's fine because they're able to keep it alive in their own way. A scoop over one, a pass in the middle. There's nobody there. Preston and Andy, they're the next town over, unfortunately, on that rotation. And I almost didn't even trust Carlos to be able to get such a clean beat. And it is somewhat surprising, almost as surprising as everybody just stared at it. Team Eris, no one able to jump in time.
And this is a tough one. Everyone committed for it. Zora moving a little too far up. They had every portion of the pitch covered, but they were all committing at the same time. Doesn't always work out. High, middle, low, nobody back in net, and it is 2-0. It's only 3 shots for Team Andy. Here comes another one, though. Not going to count.
Brief deflection into Andy in the corner means that it could be a brilliant pass. Preston making no mistake. That is why you draft him in the first round, because when you put him in a situation to succeed, really often will.
Really clean stuff from Team Andy in another give and go. This time to great success. We'll see. Team Eris is able to find some solace here in game one. That 3-0 lead looking more and more stout. Eris not able to find Andy. It's going to be a ball down that Zora will be able to pick up, and they're going to try to keep retention in and out of the corner. Instead, it's just quickly back. What a transition play.
And it's as clean as you like from Andy. You don't overcomplicate it. You just see someone upfield. Andy knows exactly what he needs, and Preston delivers it to him like a quarterback right into the hands of his receiver. Nothing needed to break stride. 30 seconds remaining, and this one is just a formality. Team Eris, you're looking for momentum, and that's about it.
Yeah, it could be something that they do find, though. And really, they would hope for it at this point in time. Andy quickly breaks on. I need to see maybe a little. I'm sorry. I saw Eris on the comeback, taking to the ceiling 2-3 times, and I feel like Team Eris wants the GG go next.
Yeah, at a certain point, you just have to say, okay, that was not the rotation we're looking to get into, and certainly not the way that we wanted this one to end up, because Team Andy kind of strolling their way to a Game 1 victory as a little bit of a BM celebration there from Carlos. It looked like turning their backs to the camera, just boosting right in the camera. That's just rude.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, there was disrespect on the pitch and on the scoreboard. When you lose out 4-0 on 6 shots, like, that's not only high efficacy, you just literally got rolled if you're Team Eris. You definitely want to put on a better foot forward mentality going into this next one, but at the same time, you got to do something about the duo that presented itself as dynamic in game number 1. Andy and Preston seemed to be everywhere, and they were feeding each other.
Well, really, everybody was getting involved with pretty much everything. Every single goal assisted for Team Andy. 2 goals and an assist for Andy and Preston, and then Carlos kept off the score sheet, but able to get those 2 assists as well, just to juice up the score that much higher. And with a performance like that, it's no surprise every single member of Team Eris lower than the absolute lowest of Team Andy, because the involvement's not there, the coordination wasn't there, and honestly, a lot of those goals, very regrettable. Particularly the first 2, I felt like those are plays that you just can't really allow, especially in an elimination-style matchup when you're trying to just make it to round 5.
Yeah, 100%. You can't allow it. And they did more than just allow it. They ended up almost seeing it through. So now, game number 2, at the very least, a fresh slate. And like to see what they are able to put forth for us, because they gave us a lack of identity, if you ask me, in game number 1. There's still plenty of opportunity for them to show us their role in this matchup.
Gusky able to get the first touch. He won't be able to get the second, as Preston will cut that out. Problem is Preston's out of boost, so Zora comes on through. I think he might have been playing for a 50 based on the pace he was going at, but we won't really know, and honestly, we don't really even need to know, because we're right back into the orange half, and that's an immediate giveaway. I think, honestly, Andy and Preston had their wires crossed. Now it could have been a really clean open shot.
At the same time, when the ball is that juicy, the two people who have been playmakers throughout game one were the ones going for it, and that doesn't surprise me. So one wire crossed, it happens sometimes. Just knowing the fact that they gave it up is still very alarming for Team Eris. Carry all the way through will be easily quelled away by backboard play. Both Andy and Preston, I wouldn't say double committed there because one landed a little bit later than the other.
Zora trying to take off quickly. The problem is they had the better beat out to the ball, but simply put, the defender was just closer, so that won't work out. Eris tries their hand. If they had a bit more boost, that might have been a ceiling double. Yet, well-laid plans going to go away once more. Zora, giveaway, Preston, open shot for Gusky, burying that one, back post, top shelf, that's more like it.
And this one is kind of a feels backflip on the secondary touch. Had to make it in order to stall themselves out, so great shot placement. And that ends up going the distance. Not quite the full commit, but Andy did creep a little too far forward for that turnaround on the rebound.
We'll see Eris try to get that catch, and the spike down got me a little spooked as I saw Andy over there. He's not able to get the first touch, but rescued it to put it into the mid again. Eris, full tank of boost. That is not what you want to see. Tries the early flick. Thought he might be going for the air dribble, but Ellie Eris changing it up a little bit. Not too much, though. He's still a menace. Pass down. Zora is a bit too far out.
And here comes Kalos looking for Andy in the midfield, but Gusky reads that early and often. Definitely the type of read that we'd like to see a little bit more of. We haven't, despite Eris's rotation, seen too many pre-jumps, too many pre-loaded game plans in the midfield. And it really could be dynamic, something I'm very used to seeing out of Eris's gameplay.
Eris is definitely a playmaker of playmakers in the way that he is just so hard to pin down, highly mechanical. He is a menace in the air that you do not want to allow up. So he will eat a lot of boost for his team, but I think if I was a teammate of Eris, I would gladly let him have it because he knows how to use it. And they get his teammate Andy. That's probably the game plan right now. Let's just make sure he doesn't have anything uncontested, which might open up some avenues for Gusky. Be able to set up that pass, good closure to prevent Eris from an open shot.
And once again, we are looking at the slow and steady trying to win this race. Team Andy creeping in at 0 shots on with only 2 minutes left. Preston almost tallying the first one, but it'll be just high. It's frightening to me, Taco, because this is 2 games in a row that we're through halftime. They don't have that much on paper offense, but when they get into the offensive zone, they stay there. They're looming, they're threatening, and they're working together as a team. That was everywhere but in.
I don't know how that doesn't go in. What a save. The brump as well, and the counter. Gusky not able to get it, and Zora maybe getting a little greedy. That should be a breakaway. Eris left alone. Does he need any help? Andy certainly does. He put that one well over where he could reach it, and we are still sitting at a 1-goal game, and believe it or not, that golden opportunity for Team Andy was their first shot here in Game 2.
It's crazy to me as Zora's got another one on Kalos. Big save on the goal line. Here comes Preston to try to get this past Eris, but Eris's positioning finally paying off. Will keep this ball in the offensive zone. They cycle the corner. Eris looking, but cannot get by Preston on the goal line. Side to side they will go, and finding Gusky finally is a shot that's far too high.
I like that challenge from Zora, though, keeping it around. Andy's going to touch that real heavy, and he did bait in Eris effectively. Preston, he's upfield as well, but no boost. There's only so much he can do. He goes for Zora. He's also going to miss. Andy, how about calling your own number? Spike across back post, and they're playing ring around the rosy with the post. They're not able to get anything, and after all that effort, it's as easy as like for Gusky on the counter.
I mean, it is very much a spot where you need to be forward, but Kalos gets too far and not able to create the aerial play. The delivery was fine. It was in the box, and it would have been not as contested as it could have. Kalos just too far forward to get a forward-facing shot. A little more vertical. It's a shame, but that might be the way this game number 2 ends.
I feel like I'm getting whiplash from watching this series. Game number 1, I'm thinking, man, you could not have a more one-sided affair. coming in from Andy. And then in game number 2, it is all Team Eris being able to press their will upon the defense of Team Andy. They've been really under fire all day long here on Forbidden Temple. And so now it's figuring out whether or not this is going to be the start of a trend or we've truly just met the balance between these two teams.
The balance is far from what I would call the score line for Team Andy. And it's frightening to me to only see one shot. It's not indicative of the offense. And I want to say that again. Like, they were getting chances. They were sitting on the ball at times in the offensive zone. It's just the ball never found pay dirt, or the touches were just a little bit too high off of the backboard, not able to create the lethality that they would like. Are they making the opposing team miss? Oh, absolutely. And it's been fun to watch.
It has been really interesting to watch the development because Team Eris, my biggest critique of them was felt like very disconnected in this game. They were looking for each other, they were lobbing the ball over, but I also like the attention to being able to get those lobs, get those air dribbles, get those 50s, but then when there was a moment where they're thinking, might not be able to get that angle, they don't dive in. They get back, get their boost, grab some pads, and then they slowly regress. It was that good mixture, kind of that change up of play styles that I felt like kept having that kind of stutter start that was really throwing off Team Andy. Whether or not they can replicate that in game 3 as we move to DFH remains to be seen.
I think part of that is Eris's positioning. It is just to impart to the fact we've seen Eris multiple times on the ceiling looking for free jumps, on the side wall, looking to cut things off. And credit to Team Andy, they've done a great job of taking care of the ball. It's indicative of the fact that between these two teams, we're only looking at a handful of shots each game. So, wow, if you ask me, it's still anyone's game, and I want to see if the offense opens up. If you're Andy's squad, don't give it to Eris. If you're Eris, give it to Eris.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Eris will always call that number, but as I mentioned, it's not necessarily a thing of saying greedy, you guys can't handle it, but when you have a weapon like Eris, you have to use it. It'd be foolish not to, just under the guise of being fair and giving it to all the players, and I think very much so. When you look at Zora and Gusky, they're going to build the rotation around that, but they can't build it too much, especially defensively. Gusky making the right decision, fake challenging, and immediately going back to prevent that one from getting into ugly of a territory. This one, likewise, as Eris jumps on Colossus' hit, still remaining in an interesting position as Zora's completely out of tank, and yet Eris gets the cut, and then here we go, cross field, setting up the reset, out on a Musty, and no power, but still a 50.
Andy was still able to do that with very low beams. Preston cannot get by Zora. We do have a little bit of an overcommit, though, as Gusky going to get absolutely nothing but air. Andy gets up and blocks out Zora, so there's a chance for Preston to try to control this in the offensive zone. They're going to have a little bit of an extended stay, and even a potential Rule 1. There was definitely a Rule bump offensive third.
Carlos going to try to lay that one down, and he does well, but that's going to be a highlight clip if he can even get it on target! Andy! Why do I even doubt him? What a read from the captain!
That is absolutely nasty. Oh my! The ankle, being able to take control. I've seen enough to know that this is one of those well-rounded players, but when Andy hits, it's nasty.
Oh, he's trying to double up as well. He's not going to get that fortunate. It's a slightly easier angle, but he did not have the approach that he needs. Zora, you got to be careful playing with fire, and sometimes you do that, you do get burnt, but apparently you have enough protective gear to be able to outline that goal. Now on the counter, can he make it count on this one? Eris actually nearly producing a deflection, but that blue trail, it seems like Team Andy doing well enough to keep the fire at bay. Zora seems inevitable, and yet the post says no.
And they're going to wish they had that one back again. Another opportunity gone by the wayside, and Zora, the crossbar, not the hero this time around. Eris, I like the low play, beats 2, and it's a chance for Gusky or Zora to really jump on. They weren't able to take advantage.
And that's the difficulty of knowing that there's certain dangerous reads to have. You're caught in this kind of midway game where you want to push up, but You know, if you do, it might give too much of an opening. But if you stay back too much, then you're kind of just in that awkward no man's land where you're staring at the ball and saying, man, well, I wish I could go, but now I just have to wait to see how this one develops. You have to choose kind of that happy medium, and that is really half of what makes teams good, is the chemistry and trust to be able to enable those plays. And right now I feel like we've entered kind of that mid-game. 2 minutes remaining in this one, 1 goal margin, and both teams wanting to push forward, but no one really, I would say, inspired quite yet.
I've talked a little bit about Eris's gameplay off of the wall. Preston on the backboard and then off of the ceiling has also looked very good. Kalos is going to be able to beat Eris on a little bit of a bloop over. It's just enough. Wow.
Kalos doing a good job there. I think Eris was waiting for Kalos' touch, but I'm assuming Kalos thought that, or rather Eris thought Kalos was going to hit that one a bit more to the side and not forward up the field when he tried to circumvent Gusky's challenge. So when the clear went forward instead of directly back middle, I think Eris got a little bit jump scared. He was not 100% where that happened, and jump in your chair, you're going to miss that one down the stretch, and it's not going to work out. Speaking of, that one was a miss of all proportions, and this one eventually leads to Zora getting denied on the goal line again.
Preston has put in work. 4 saves in this game specifically, and I have to look back really quick because I feel like Preston has gotten a decent chunk of the saves so far in this match. One thing's for sure, they have been the linchpin on the defensive end for Team Andy.
Eris is trying to make sure they can propel that attack forward, be the tip of the spear, and that spear has been blunted somewhat within this game. Eris having 5 shots, but not being able to convert any of them, which definitely stings because of what you had mentioned. Preston playing lockdown defense. It's a role that he has become accustomed to. Often the player that really does farm a lot of the saves, even on the Boise squad when they have played across competition.
Oh, but Eris takes to the sky. That's where we know can be very dangerous. Zora the touchdown. I love this pass, Taco. Check it out.
Yeah, that might have been a missed shot, but honestly, it's a situation where you're playing for 50 at worst, and at best, it's just going to go right around in a position you know your teammate is ready for. I'm going to give him the credit for it. It's a nice way to guarantee an open shot, even from an odd angle. Now with 30 seconds remaining, it is all back into the air.
I mean, for me, that's normal gameplay, Taco. I'm gonna miss everything anyway. Don't miss this though. Eris brings it back in. Oh, I've been waiting for Gusky. This is a brilliant pass.
It's like playing with the old school Calvin Johnson upfield. Just throw it anywhere near him, he'll do something with it, and that's a laser over the top. As quickly as that lead slowly was able to be built up by Team Andy and felt like we were done and dusted, it is now completely flipped on its head. It's a level game. Might as well be starting from square one, and we might be doing that within overtime. Plus Preston has something to do, even with 0 boost in the tank. Zora back to midfield. Andy just going to let this one bounce, and we will reset to the kickoff.
Well, out of nowhere, we find overtime, and Team Andy at this point, they just feel Megatron. Here they come. They're trying to get beyond all 3 layers of the defense, but Eris on the back end is going to take a pretty firm control. Gets over Kalos. Zora takes to the sky, and it's going to be a pitch and catch in. Gusky breaks in on Andy, but it's a heavy retreat from Team Eris.
Speaking of, the captain will take to the skies. Just throwing it on target, but they had to take their time, Team Andy. Preston, that is a pinch, I believe, was on target. Did require a save, and now down the other side, Eris sitting in the middle. He's bumped, but now Gusky, he's going to call his own number. Deflection from Andy, still able to stay in for the save, as Eris, with no boost, will just try to slow things down. Good 50, but Andy just tears right through it.
Watching as Gusky and Kalos both take to the ceiling, it is crazy to me that the Shadow took to that angle for the touch, but immediately it is pressed right back on. It still feels like Team Andy are getting to the offensive zone a pinch more often. But Eris' squad, just as far as forward-facing defense and making sure that there aren't any easy touches, as Eris waved at across the wall. Oh, yes. This is the type of gameplay we love.
And sometimes it goes in between just playing as fast as possible, no thoughts, just ball, and then suddenly it goes into high strategy, but you can't have strategy when you dive into like that. That's a miss off the bar, saved again by Gusky. As we go back to the midfield, Preston could have turned, but opts for the passive play. I don't really blame him based on how precarious this situation is slowly developing into.
I gotta apologize. I know Eris is the pro. It's just crazy to me to see the wall dashes from 3/4 of the pitch in order to put themselves in that opportune offensive position. It definitely went a long way in changing the momentum in that moment of overtime, and now they're paying off with the push that they've been afforded just due to that lack of boost resources being so keen to stay on ball. Eris will miss out though as Preston knocks them off the ball. Zora quickly right back in. I'm thinking a bump here. Not sure who it's gonna be, but I feel like Team Eris are gonna go for one pretty harshly, and whether or not they get it may be the difference.
And sometimes that's really the inevitable option when the other team is not necessarily parking the bus, but they're much more comfortable sitting on the goal line, absorbing pressure. If they're going to absorb it, then you need to tear right through it. Or you just need to get Kalos as the air dribble came on through. That's not going to go through as the recovery is able to actually come on over and get the save. But how many more Q do they have? I suppose we will find out next attack as Andy just not able to gather that last one.
Do they say familiarity breeds contempt? In this case, it's breeding brilliant back and forth gameplay between Team Andy and Team Eris. And right now, will be Zora. Kalos, another brilliant touch from the skies. Will manage to keep the press off for a little bit longer. Every time Eris takes to the sky, it hasn't necessarily had to be Andy. It's Preston taking to the heavens in order to bring down one of the best. Here's Eris though, the push through. Zora with the finish, and we have an overtime winner.
You always know it, and yet it's so hard to prevent. You can't let that man in the air because that's what he can do with time, space, boost, and mechanics. Flip, reset, carry, and Zora crashes the net at the exact right time. Team Eris getting another dub under their belt. They're moving to match point.
It wasn't necessarily a bump per se, but it was finally finding Preston defensively backward that ends up being the difference. Whereas Preston, more often than not, was able to create off of forward-facing defense, this time around wasn't able to make it happen. Nice to see both teams with the overtime getting double-digit shots, finally. Finally, but the 18 from Team Eris, 10 specifically on the back of Eris, is madness.
And that's the thing where shooting percentage be darned. You might be saying, wow, you really need to convert more after 10 shots. But it's more so the fact that this player is so incredibly annoying on the rotation that he's getting 10 shots that the defense has to deal with, which is why it's not surprising that they have 11 saves for Team Andy, having to repeatedly try to parry things left and right. And I think that's really what Team Eris has found as their rhythm. Just find their moments to get those attacks, and then it's just shot. And then they back up, and then shot. It's a bunch of flurries. It's like these left jabs that kind of come out of nowhere. And even if they're not the hardest to save, it forces Team Andy to kind of button up and start to park the bus a little bit. I don't blame them. It can get super spooky after a bit.
Yeah, and that was something they were finally able to take advantage of after a large amount of time. Yes, the shot after shot did finally get to them, but it's credit to Team Andy bringing together what has been a pretty stinking good rotation. They haven't found themselves in that sort of scenario, and it took 18 shots to put them there finally.
And despite the desk trying not to curse and we make some jokes, we might have actually done so because Eris is typically right now 5 minutes away from winning this series after all of us thinking Team Andy might have been the choice here. But I'm never one to doubt out Andy or Preston or Kalos for that matter. So we'll see really how they handle this one, as truly this is where the stress starts to hit its apex.
I mean, at the same time, I'm pulling a U, Taco. Like, my initial thought was Team Eris, but I'm not going to claim that copium. I said Andy. I said it under the guise of everything I know is wrong, and you know what? Opposite day of opposite day is still opposite day. I feel like
well,
I feel like I'm a
well,
liar.
if it's the opposite of opposite day, then it feels like a regular day, right? Usually a regular day involves Preston scoring those, so maybe it isn't. I suppose we'll have to find out how everything does transition more naturally into what we expect. And the Des expected one thing, but we're getting a whole other. Where is the defense? Nobody stopping Zora.
Nobody at all, and it is Gusky finally pushing through in the midfield. Zora the finish, and Team Andy looking more vulnerable in this very onset of game number 4 than we've seen them so far.
Yeah, and being able to be more confident is really nice, especially Zora. Sometimes I've noticed within Bundle Bash, the players that are picked last within their team, or rather just second, they get a little bit apprehensive. They don't want to do too much because they don't want to get in the way. This one, I don't want to get in the way, at least a little bit of that touch. Awkward position leads to a goal.
Another touch from Preston in the mid ends up bringing things home, and Andy more than apt to finish it, especially with Kalos getting involved on the front end. A little bit of interference, maybe a bump here or there. One thing's for sure, they were going to make it as difficult as possible to save.
We'll see Preston try to get right back at it. That's a wonderful pass, even better save. Taken across the top corner and then deflected out. And that one is a deep sigh of relief that they're able to keep that one level.
Oh. Andy looking for Preston on the quick transition, but we'll have to settle for just getting the ball out. At this point, Preston again. A bit of a pre-jump in the midfield. It's been so dangerous. Eris-like even, I would say, with some of those loose touches in the midfield has really generated a lot of pressure, but definitely does not want to find themselves on the back foot. Team Eris has been more than just apt. They have been there in the critical moments to punish. It's down for Eris. It'll be a little bit wild, and I think Andy's going to bring this one back.
Well, Eris will get some revenge. He'll bump Andy. He'll go for a bump on Kalos, and then still remain in the attack. 0 boost, or rather 0 angle, I suppose. He had 100 there, and now he's going to use it just to get right back in it. Eris, I think, almost playing twos at this point, just chasing this ball around, hounding it so that Team Andy doesn't really have the comfort of setting up.
It's quickly right back around. Team Andy been utilizing the corner a lot to try to cycle through and create offense. It hasn't necessarily worked, and I think that's, I don't want to call it a problem, Taco, because anytime you can get pressure in the offensive zone, it's a good thing. But it just hasn't been working enough for them to be going to it consistently.
And sometimes teams do the opposite in that they go to the well too much and it's run dry, but they're saying, well, at one point it had water, but I really do feel like you have to try to change things up. If something is working, you should abuse it. And the moment it doesn't, then it's something that you occasionally will give a chance, but I need to see more infield passing. I need to see more bumps off ball, or at the very least, sometimes you just need to ignore the ball, steal some corner boosts, and then just slow, or rather play the slow game. And kind of like Eris right there, he misses the first one and then just places that 50 on Preston, which seems like he knew was coming.
I would take some bumps at all. There haven't been as many demos as you would normally expect for either of these teams. They're playing a pretty stinking clean game, and I mean, there's honor amongst these teams. Andy's able to get the save. What?
Ooh. Andy surviving by just divine will at this point, because I don't know how that one doesn't go in. Kalos going to take that one out of the corner for Preston to clear, I would say more fully, but we're still not out of the half. Andy will secure it, and then Eris says, we will return that to sender. This one starting to ramp up through that slow phase now into something that's blistering Eris, making sure they got back just in time to send that one deep, and then, just like a dog playing fetch, gets after the ball by himself.
Oh, but Preston managed to get around this. That's out for Kalos. Kalos too far forward again. Just a little bit crept up on the read, but that one could have been sent home, Taco.
It really could have, and that's the problem, is that all these chances that come up, it looks like just straightforward misses, that they just have no ice on that one. But honestly, I think they're just overcomplicating it. I think they're trying to place it so perfectly, they're forgetting sometimes you just gotta put it on target. Eris makes no mistake from the backboard.
Everyone getting involved. Eris with the initial challenge in. Zora also keeping things there, but Gusky delivers a laser, and Eris is more than apt to get the finish. We're only at 17 seconds. It is critical for Team Andy to bring this back and do it quickly. Will the panic set in, or do they have a 10-second miracle to send us to another overtime? Here's Harris. Shot towards the net. It's Preston to carry across, and they have to go the distance. Low resources for everybody on the ground's not a good sign. It's Team Eris eliminating a teammate out of the Bundle Bash.
And that's a tough one. There was kind of some jokes in the quick chat between games 3 and 4 from Eris. There's no jokes now because it is all business. They took care of it. Team Eris stepping up, the captain more so, getting man-marked by his professional teammate in Andy, and still being able to deliver a banger of a shot. There was a couple of them in this series, making it one of the better series that we have seen today, and I'm sure something that will certainly motivate Team Eris as they continue their run through the Bundle Bash. Round 5 is destined for Team Eris to be able to stamp their claim in it.
It's crazy the amount of back and forth that these two teams had, and I truly appreciate the fact that I really think the familiarity between the two players ended up being stark contrast. I also think that what you got from the supporting cast ends up being what won the day. Team Andy, you got what you expected out of Andy. It was really good, solid foundational play, but Team Harris, my goodness, did they play around a superstar so well. It wasn't just Gusky with passes. Zora was getting their licks in, and you know what? You can't ask for more, especially in the Bundle Bash.
I will say, I mean, I can't say enough, especially about Zora as well, being able to fill in those roles and trying to make sure that they're in the right places for all these shots, being able to put away a lot of clutch ones. And Eris has also done a lot of maturing in that. It's a lot of pros have said that Eris was a player for many years, even before he eventually did make it onto POAB, get into RLCS main events, make it in the Moist roster. Is the player that could make it, but he just kind of goofs around a bit too much. He's not really locking in. And I feel like Eris had a certain play style that connotes being a bit more memey, going for crazy clips, and he's been able to actually not change that playstyle, but adapt it and assimilate it into just a solid rotational scheme where he looks like he's just ball chasing, but he is always supporting his teammate and he's always around to make a crucial strike. Brilliant player, great team, and can't wait to see how they do in round 5.
It definitely looks brilliant, really refined. Speaking of refinement, we'll bring in the maybe the better half of our group with VOD in Shixa. VOD, Shixa, what are y'all thinking of that? Did we curse it?
Did curse it, yes, indeed. And the curse exactly happened when that pinch from someone on Team Andy and someone on Team Eris happened right in front of the net. Went all the way the other direction and tied things up to go to OT in Game 3. I mean, talk to me about, Shixa, how that was kind of like the switch for Team Eris to get the victory in the series.
It was certainly their turning point. It was their second redemption chance after being down a majority of that match and feeling like Team Andy had all the momentum. But instead, they take the opportunity. They play a very tight overtime, and it just takes one push opportunity upfield where they all crash the net, and they were able to take that win and go into the next game with that confidence, with that momentum that they were at match point. I think Team Andy had the potential to win that series throughout the entire time, and in fact I think they looked like the better team at times too, but they also had mistakes on occasion, and those mistakes really ended up hurting them when Team Eris was able to take advantage.
Well, we do have the results in for all of the round 4 matches, so I don't think we're going to be too surprised by most of these. Team Hockey getting the victory over Team Ga. We just saw Team Eris getting the victory there over Andy, and Noli getting the victory over Knight. 5 up as well, moving forward, another member of former Team Moist, now POAB, Creams and Frosty moving through again, to great players who have made their names known recently in RLCS. And I mean, all these results make sense from what we're seeing, but it makes me frightful for how these round 5 matchups are gonna go, Kendo.
Yeah, indeed. It's borderline frightening to me because some of those 2-1 teams, as they match up against the 1-2 teams, I mean, previous matches being the deal breaker there at times. So we'll see. That's not the rule of thumb. But a lot of those teams coming from the top, they may end up being very vulnerable against some of these teams coming from the bottom.
And that's going to be the interesting thing, too. These teams coming from the bottom really have everything going well for them. And that's been a difficulty for a lot of squads there. But, Taco, we do got to talk about the elephant in the room. An OG player going to round 5 again.
I mean, you could have asked me beforehand, and I would have said, yeah. You didn't even have to tell me which one. I'm just like, yeah, that'll happen because, yeah, it happens. Hey, I will say, though, former OG player Com is a champion of Bundle Bash. Or rather, current tip player, but former Bundle Bash player is a former champion of the Bundle Bash. So I'm not too worried about the pedigree. I believe in the comeback, but we'll see how these round 5 matchups actually do get drawn because obviously there's a lot of playstyle clashes, but that's the cool thing about round 5. It really does not matter what happened in previous rounds. You just got to play one solid series and you're into the next day and into prizing.
Well, we'll have to see once we come back from the break how those round 5 matches are going to formulate. Who is going to face off against each other? Will there be teammates facing off each other? Potentially. We'll see what happens in this next round after this.
Okay, when you turn around, you're gonna see some more.
You have a turkey and cheese.
Let's imagine that LL Cool J has a bubble around him. Do we want to be inside? There are some situations that young homeowners turning into their parents just can't handle.
Yep, there he is. There's my nephew. Now, I got a video of him playing piano.
That's not how you take a selfie.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
3, 2, 1.
We don't need a countdown. Just take the picture.
Has this ever happened to you? You're rotating back on defense like the disciplined player you are. You just situate yourself in the goal and the ball's over your head in the back of the net. Wouldn't it be great to get to the top of the net quickly to save those top shelf booms? Well, you can with the squishy save. A squishy save is useful when defending and you either don't have a lot of boost or you find yourself backwards in net with momentum and needing to make that quick save. Popularized by the ex-pro player's squishy muffins, a player drives into the net, jumps off of the net ceiling and saves or clears the ball. Here's how it's done. When on defense, drive into the net and onto the ceiling of the goal. Maintaining your momentum, line your car up with where the ball will go, jump off of the ceiling of the goal to hit the ball before it goes into the net. This is a great technique to have in your arsenal and a great way to maintain your momentum in transition defense. Try this next time you're in free play and start stacking saves.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh man, would you look at me? You're just another one hit wonder, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up.
The final round is here. The final countdown for these teams to see who will get into those final places, the last 3 remaining into the top 8, and who will be just shy of the money. This is the Most Progressive Bundle Bash, all sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and auto, save when you bundle, and get a quote at progressive.com. And with that out of the way, let's take one final look, at least for now, at the Swiss stage bracket and our matchups for this 5th and final round. Zanil versus Eris, Oath versus Noli, Gyro versus Hockey. We have Oath and Noli coming up first, but before we get to that, Zanil, Eris, Gyro, Hockey, I want to get predictions across the board on who's taking those series. We're starting with you, Taco.
Oof. I mean, coming across this one, after watching Eris, it's kind of hard to doubt just how clean that looked, but also just Eris just wants it more, frankly. Like, watching him play is really fun to watch just because it's a player that you know how he's going to play, you know usually how he's going to approach the ball, and yeah, he's still just going to be able to flip reset his way past you, get all the double taps, steal all your boost, and it's really frustrating. Meanwhile, Team Hockey, I mean, we saw him already on stream, and I feel like the playstyle is pretty set in stone. Let Hockey do whatever he wants, and everyone else just try to fix everything else around the edges.
I respect him. I respect him. What about you, Kendo?
Brother, I'm still trying to get kernels of popcorn out of my teeth, trying to clean up my room. Wavy's out here torturing us for being wrong. Brother, I've been wrong the entire day, not just your series. Come on, man. Bring it on. I'm about to be wrong again. I'm going to have a perfect day.
Well, what are those predictions then?
Hey, whoa. Let's not rush the sauce.
Okay. We'll come back to you, Kendo. Let's start with Chicks then.
All right, going down the line, Zanil.
Don't do Oath Noli yet, because we got to do those individually.
Oh, okay. Good thing. I think Zanil and Gyro.
Okay. Zanil and Gyro, I respect that.
I'm just
Kendo,
gonna
we're back to
say
you. Who is it?
We're gonna go. You know what? Chicks has been pretty right all day. We're gonna go with Eris and Hockey.
Love to hear it. Well, Taco, we know you know all about Noli. Tell us about him and his teammates, but also Team Oath, who we haven't seen yet today, but expect big things from them.
Noli is paired with Onezen as his first draft pick out of Oregon, and then Sino, Bruton Parker, making a pretty solid roster overall. Granted, he did not show it on stream. It was a dismantling, and that's putting it pretty lightly on our one stream match against Creams. It really just completely went in their favor, and then from there on, Creams was not really really struggling with any other team because they were able to get into that 2-1 round. Being able to get through in 4. So Noli fighting for the life, and they're going to have to go against Oath, who had to go through his former teammate in Night, a 3-0 trash talk and Bundle Bash general within the Discord. Lovely to see. And he is flanked by the quite magnetic personality of Rock, as well as Gamma, coming through from Davenport and also from Bragos, respectively. So definitely a lot of skill to be able to witness on this squad. And honestly, it's going to be a matter of a play style and also just how much you want to let the other team create space, because there's a lot of mechanics on display. And I feel like from Team Noli, I was left wanting last series. And Obviously, I have my other reasons, but I would love to see this team succeed because I really felt like this is their redemption arc, especially in front of the crowd.
Yeah, they got the win against Knight. So did Team Oaf. So did Team Gyro. We could technically have 2 teams who beat Knight in the top 8 out of the 3, but or even 1, depending on if Team Gyro loses to Hockey, and then whoever comes out on top in this specific matchup. But talking about this specific matchup, I mean, looking at the journey for both of these teams, you can see it from the beginning. Team Oaf, they got that win over Team Frosty, who have made it already into the main event, is something to note. They even took a game against Team Wavy where Team 5-Up was not able to do that. They got the win 3-0 over Team Knight, and did take a game against Team Creams, who did look really decent throughout the most of it. And they're actually even with Team Noli in the games that they took against Team Creams. So that's kind of like where we can compare them, as they could potentially be even in that fashion as well. But Team Noli lost to Team Frosty in a 3-0 in the flip side of things. So Oaf does have that advantage if we're just comparing the wins and losses to similar opponents that they had today. So by that, it should potentially be Team Oaf taking the victory in this one. But again, this is round 5. We know OG, we know Noli in round 5s. And for me personally, I can never bet against OG Noli in round 5. So I personally, my prediction is going to be Team Noli just because of that. Maybe it's different without the rest of the roster on the team, but who knows? We'll figure it out after this round. Let's go down the line though. Kendo, give us predictions on this series. How many games and who is taking it?
Okay, well, first off, I need to make sure that I am wrong, okay? Premise. We're going with the team that is going to lose here. Just saying. And by the way, I'm genuinely picking for them. You go down the line. You look at who is in and who is out when it comes down to Worlds.
Oh.
That's true. That's true. That's very true.
Team Nolly's about to get it. Believe.
We'll see. What about you, Chixa?
You both went Nolly. I already assumed Taco's going Nolly, so I have to go Oath. I feel like it's only fair. I don't want to stack the desk again, and I think Brock is a phenomenal player from that Davenport side of the field. I think Gamma, Monterey, easily underrated, and Oath has always been a phenomenal player, so I'm gonna go with Team Oath.
Valid pick. What about you, Taka? You sticking with the OG boys, or are you going the other way?
Honestly, I will stick with my OG pick, mainly because, one, I like the redemption, but also there's just something about those teams at the front of the draft order that just get a little bit off. But I actually did go against my boy Wavy, so I apologize, Wavy, earlier on. I was saying I think Cosmic has this one. I think Lich is able to pull it together, and they just did not look cohesive. It was very much the opposite. They very much looked like it was a ranked lobby. I wouldn't have known if they were in comp. So it looked disorganized. Granted, this is round 5. They've had several hours now, whereas we're nearing 4 hours of broadcast. And so is Gamma going to be able to a third pick that ties together Oath and Brock, which were 2 disgustingly high-ranked players? I just don't know. I think Noli has learned their lesson. Going through Knight's a pretty decent win to be able to get here, and I think they do it in round 5.
Will the Spanish comms be enough for the side of Team Oath? Or will the English get the victory in this next one? Who really knows until we actually get on the field? Our final best of 5 of the night through 5 rounds of Swiss. Through thick and thin, these teams have risen from the ashes of the lower ends of these matchups to try and make it here to this final series on the day. But even then, they have to get the win at the end of it, and that's the big thing. Will it go to 5? Will it be a sweep? We've had both sides of things for the most part, but on stream, we really haven't seen the toughest matchup yet, and I think this is about to be it. Between Team Oath, between Team Noli, only one can get the victory and get that final spot into the top 8 for the Swiss stage. Let's take the field and see who it is.
Round 5. The mothership will rise, and lo and behold, it's Noli in the round yet again. Kendo Slice and Chixa gonna be bringing you all of the action, and you know what? I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Nolly's squad is built for this moment, Chixa, and it would not surprise me if my prediction did come to fruition.
You know what? The chat said Chixa knows ball, and chat very rarely agrees with me. So I'm feeling pretty good. It has been a pretty good day thus far, and I think this is going to be a phenomenal matchup. I mean, this is your final and last chance, and I think both of these teams understand just the precedent that they have to set in such a series. This also makes you feel good going into tomorrow. The best part about sometimes being the last place seed when you move on to tomorrow is if you beat the first place seed, then you become the first place seed. It's an easy trick in the book, but nonetheless, I will save my thoughts for later before we see who really does end up qualifying for tomorrow. I'm excited to see how both of these teams really come out. It's been a first quiet 50 seconds. That's our first shot, really. I know Sino was saying in chat that he's feeling kind of sick, but get over that illness for one series, because that's all you need before you can get some rest.
The thing I like, though, Chicks, is the fact that Team Nolly looks a lot more cohesive on their defensive rotation through this first minute. And that was something that I had zero doubts about after the first game. That team was going to be pushed to the limit. They were going to figure out, what do we have to do different, because you don't take a loss like we saw in round 2 down.
I just don't want this to be another Nolly show, which is what we saw earlier in the day. And it's tough when Nolly really feels like he's the only one impacting the play on the field. I do think Nolly is a phenomenal player, and I know his mental has to be reset at this point, coming through into that final set. But you know what? Give Oath third time's the charm scores on this one.
And speaking of charm, this is a charmer. Sino and I both deciding to go low. What control to create the first goal of round 5 between these two teams. Sino's gonna get a demo right off the bat. That's the sort of attitude that I like.
You have to get creative with it. You have to be aggressive at this point in the game. What a pass over to Brock. Can Gamma get it underneath the bar? Just barely missing out on an opportunity that was so ripe for the taking. Oath trying yet again. Misses the shot. And now Oath coming through. We'll get another one off the bar. All this extra offense. 6 shots for Oath in the first half of this gameplay, and yet only 1 goal to call for.
We are definitely in agreement, though. It cannot be the Nolly show, and so far, it's been a lot more team-based. At least that's the look that I've been given. Brock very dangerous with control of the ball, immediately broken upon, and once that's going to chase Oath down. This could be a shot towards the net. Sino has it, and I like the patience by Nolly, but it'll be afforded a secondary shot on the push.
Positioning very strong for Team Oath. They were able to defend against those couple of opportunities. Always someone poised in net, ready to get this out. Great transition touch-up field. If only Oath's shot was just a little closer. Oath, accuracy, please. 1 for 7. Oh, that sucks to see so early on, but I love the pressure we're getting out of them. Hopefully they can continue and get some more in the back of the net. One Zen, though, able to send it up to Sino, and Brock easily. Look at the recovery to send it that much further. Even upfield, I wasn't ready for the third touch from Brock. I'm looking for him to make a play. Now he has some boost to work with, but unfortunately, this one gets poked away.
Let's say it wasn't even close to over, because Brock was able to get the boost steal on top of everything else, and that is going to really cut into Team Nolly's really their entire lethality over this last 70 seconds. It's quickly back, and Oath is able to take advantage with a brilliant middling pass by Brock.
I love this pass from Brock. He really threads the needle between Sino, getting it just behind him, and slots up his teammate and Oath. That's the redemption goal for Oath as well, who has been struggling, like I said, getting it into the net. But 2 for 8. You know what? I'm happy they're getting the opportunities. With 1 minute remaining in this game number 1, they're putting down a pretty solid foundation at the start of this series.
Many people would take the slow play. They'd wait as long as possible. No, that was the patient play. Passing in a spot where it makes the defender miss and think even harder than they're already having to think. So love the delivery, and now they're afforded the 2-goal lead with the potential to get another one on the docket and really play with the mental of the team on the orange side. Here comes Sino. Shot towards Brock, easily saved. One Zen does have the retention, though his is immediately out. But another well-placed aerial will keep this ball in, but only for a moment as the time is whittling down.
And on the offensive zone is Team Oath right now. This is where they want to be to get rid of that time. Great challenge. Nolly putting himself up for the last few seconds. The bump on Sino gets him out of the play, and you can't score 2 goals with 0 seconds. Very consistent game by Team Oath. They had majority of pressure throughout that game number 1, and it gave them the advantage into this one. More opportunities tends to mean a higher likelihood to win, of course.
Yeah, but also it just shows you how much Oath is able to spray the net. 8 of the 11 shots, my man was a fire hose in the offensive zone. Something's gonna get wet eventually.
Yeah, Oath, I mean, I'm so happy he was able to receive that pass. I also think he was a very solid wall when it came to his defensive presence as well. We love the team captain stepping up in multiple ways, and Oath did that in this game. Nolly, a little bit quiet on his side of the field. He did have the majority of shots for his team, but that's really all that he could call for. I want to see Team Nolly working with one another a little bit better when it comes to that offensive plays. It still feels very just kind of one-sided, one card. They only have the solo plays to work with. I haven't seen many successful passing plays really for this roster.
But at the same time, you're not seeing hero ball by any one player on the team. So there is massive improvement, if you ask me. It's a sign of hope. And I, too, look to see if they can put together some sort of pass play, a connection in the midfield, because I don't think you're going to get all the way to the offensive third in order to find that connection. You're going to have to bring it out a little bit further, force the defense to come to you.
I also think the resource game is still not sided with the Team Nolly. They have always seemed to be out of boost whenever I'm looking at their cars, which is not going to allow them to get upfield at least as aggressively as I would like them to be. So we'll see. Adjustments can be made. It is only game 1, and it was a close one at that, but great touch by Gamma to get this shot off from Nolly in the corner.
Another thing is doesn't allow them to defend the ball the way that they would like, and with the amount of speed that Brock and Oath are going to be conducting themselves with on a regular basis, you can't give away the ball, nor can you relent in your boost grabs, especially in the midfield. Protect your own zone, and Sino gets it up for Nolly. First blood, Orange team.
You cannot allow this ball to bounce off the backboard, and Gamma just doesn't get the read that's needed to put it into the corner. So Nolly takes full advantage. He goes for that read. He slots that ball where it needs to go, and he gives his team the early momentum. The captain steps up again. We love to see Nolly being so critical when it comes to upfield, but now Brock in a one-on-one. Sino does get the 50 challenge. I was worried with the low boost that he was on, but challenging early before that gap was given was the move to make. Oath, though, ball here off the catch and can't find the touch. Gamma off the corner has some boost to work with, but Zen will collect, at least for now, before it gets 50'd, and back towards the other way we go, only temporarily.
And we're going to find out if that 1-goal lead ends up being something that is temporary as well, but I have to mentally go back to the touch that Sino had, because there was so much loft. It was very delicate, the caress that was able to put that in a proper spot for Nolly. So love what we got to see there. Here comes another one. Sino, the one in opportune position, won't be able to push it through, and it's immediately pushed back by Brock. Oath misses out, however, and what could have been a brilliant shot on ends up being just a retention of pressure in the midfield.
Oh, great touch, great vision, but unfortunately doesn't get the shot it needs to. Nolly beats and Oath, no boost, will go all the way back, gives up that space and allows OneZen to find this 50. Do we get a good read? Not the greatest, but Brock able to continue with his momentum and find the challenge. The play needed to be made and he executed. Now the 50s will continue upfield, some offensive pressure. Brock, that touch is dangerous. Does Nolly have to read? What happened? This is pinball, not Rocket League.
I mean, it's everybody getting involved and Nolly taking full advantage of what was a mistouch in the mid. There is no question that Nolly can be right place, right time, but that all starts with the team getting together on the touch. Oh, dangerous moment, however. Nolly's going to have to carry this all the way across and does so well to get it out after lackluster kickoff.
Low expectations for the pro? Kendo, of course he can carry that play. Great control. That's really what I've been seeking for a lot of Team Nolly. Control out of their defensive half to set up plays. And Nolly is doing just that. This one over, flip, reset on target. Also uses his body as a blocker. Phenomenal solo effort.
Body as a weapon, more like it. That had a little bit of everything. The catch with the finesse, the flip reset, and then the bump at the end. You go through the entirety of the defense in order to make it happen.
He's just such a patient player, and I enjoy watching him. His gears turn, and he's able to make plays because of it. Gets the touch off the read on the wall, which is not an easy read, and ends up setting up Sino, who is perfectly positioned in mid to follow up that shot. Very dominant game 2 right now for Team Nolly.
You talked about the gears turning. I'm seeing Team Nolly's gears turning as a team, and this is oh so important. Of the 4 goals, 3 assists, and everyone is getting involved in the process. That is the most important thing. But there are still holes in the defense.
A rare mistake by Nolly. Doesn't get the second touch. I think a little bit too hard on the touch to begin with into the corner. But Brock taking full advantage and manages to get a goal off of that mistake. Never say never. I will not count any team out. We have seen some pretty crazy things today, to say the least. Oh, Ego Chow on Nolly, and that manages to get a shot quickly saved away. Low boost is Team Oath. This one off the backboard. Read by Zen, kinda, but not really. Oath, fortunately, a little bit too close to get the shot immediately, and the challenge here will keep this ball in midfield.
The divine tragedy would be as if Team Oath found a way to bring this a whole lot closer in quick confines. It would definitely chalk the mental, but I don't see any chalk mental on the pitch. I see really good movement by the entirety of this team on the orange side. Nolly in a backbone. For them, slow play through 1. Be able to get through Oath. This is going to be perfectly set up for Sino. This is going to trickle down. Oath has the catch.
Oh, the flick almost made, but Zen the commit. Nolly up quick to it. Gamma not much boost. He wasn't ready, and Nolly puts in the shot.
Nolly at times in the previous series was on ball too much. The off-ball play has been exemplary from Nolly this time around, and it shows. It shows on the scoreboard. 5-1 is a dynamic answer for a team that was, well, struggling in round 2 and before.
Yes. We've seen the ups and the downs of Team Nolly. One Zen playing patient as well. Fakes the play in front of the goal line and puts it right underneath poor Gamma, who seems to be alone in net time and time again and just not making the reads that he needs to.
This might seem like piling on. Of course, we had our nightmare in that series earlier, chicks, that we had to watch. Just here in game number 2, they have scored more goals than the entirety of the series against Creams in round 2. So, round of applause. Team Nolly has arrived.
I think they have made adjustments. I think their head is in a better place. I think 0 for 5 again needs to be better upfield when it comes to shot placement or just getting better assists from his teammates. Can they bump and demo on the goal line? Can they make the saves harder for Sino and Nolly in particular, like in this game? And I think Brock is also still being quiet. I'm waiting for the mechanics to come out of a player that is incredibly mechanically talented.
I agree. And then I look at the amount of shots that have been totaled. Oath has over 60% of the offensive potential of this team on his back at the moment. And I say that not just like, oh, I'm going to play up a guy. No, statistically has over 60% of the shots for the team. That's not going to work every single time. If nothing, at the very worst, or at least, it makes the team one-dimensional. You know where the offense is coming from. And it's not even going to need to be giveaways. It's going to be Nolly immediately jumping on the touch by Oath.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I do think, like I said, Brock needs to be more involved, and I think Gamma just as much needs to be involved. It doesn't always have to be goals, but it can be assists in more than one way. We've seen bumps, we've seen demos, we've seen passes. I want to see the team get back into things. It can't be the Oath show, of course. And this one by Nolly, unfortunately, post and out. Brock to keep it close, but the 50 will stay in midfield. Gamma last back, and Sino, the Feels backflip, man, maybe gives an opportunity. This one actually floats out to Zen. What is already happening in the first 25 seconds of gameplay? A double commit for that save, but Sino can't get to it for the quick shot back.
I was hoping that it'd equate to a goal, but I got to see in that moment off of the kickoff, Sino and Nolly communicating so well. Sino may have had low boost, but there was a communication for Nolly to stay back and be the retention third, whereas Sino looked for the 50, and it does eventually come through for a Nolly goal as they are able to maintain the zone. What a touch! Finesse by OneSend as another give and go.
You know what, right now, we need to see better challenges out of the defensive field for Team Oath. Brock does go up for the challenge, but he totally misreads the touch and the play that's about to be made. And unfortunately, Oath is just stuck in an awkward position that he can't even find a way to challenge the ball. There needs to be more consistent challenges. They have to be read better, or else they're going to have a difficult time with Team Nolly as this series continues on forward. But we'll see, can Team Brock, at least Brock here, make a play? I was looking at Brock's name and all I could think of, can he make a play? I'm Team Brock right now for him to score, because I do want to see more Brock goals.
This might be dangerous. Nolly going to be getting back in time. Does get the save as well as a pinch in order to keep it out. Nolly found themselves on low to no boost at the back end of that save and screamed around to find the big hill on the opposite side of the pitch. I thought for a second we were going to have boost over ball, but great speed to keep things alive. Now, loose touch into defensive zone. Nolly will be able to push it through with a little help from Sino, but Oath is there immediately onto the nose of the defense. You got to put it where they're not.
Brock, great challenge on the follow-up from Oath, but not much farther than that. Nolly has the demo. The net's open, so one Zen shot will roll right on in.
I've been talking about how good Nolly's been off the ball compared to the first series that we saw this team. That is a perfect example of just how good he has been off the ball. The recognition, that was not a shot that should have gone in by any stretch of the imagination, if not for the fact that Nolly took the defender off the pitch.
Nolly definitely playing a phenomenal series for his team. And I think his team as well, both Onzen and Sino, have been feeding off the energy of their captain. They just all look so much more comfortable than what we saw earlier today. Nolly backboard, read, touchdown! Dare I say a triple touch, finds it and slots it on in yet again.
Oh, might that be the snapshot play of the day? I don't know. We may have seen a better touch, but that is the sort of finesse that wins you series. And we have a team that is rolling right now. We talked about dynamic statistics in the Nolly series in round 2. 9-1 over the last 8 minutes for Team Nolly. And it so feels good to actually say that about this team when it was that dynamic the other way.
Team Oath just look like they're losing confidence, very hesitant, and often leaving a player back all by their lonesome on the defensive front. Do we see Brock here making a phenomenal play? Yes, but the save that much better by Sino, and quickly this one back into midfield. Oath with boost, takes it to the ceiling, does get the read, gets the floater. Sino off the backboard, defensive positioning, near perfect for the side of Team Nolly. They're able to thwart off yet another attempt coming from Team Oath, and they have just been 0 for 4 this series. Zen almost finding the touch that's needed. Sino still applying pressure. Team Nolly just certainly have the more momentum on their side.
The cautionary tale is that they seem almost stationary on the goal. Oh my gosh. We interrupt this story for Onzen. This is dirty.
I see Onzen totally stepping up so much more in this series. It's like we're fully evolving and seeing him as a player in front of our eyes, and it's hard for Team Oath to adjust. In fact, Oath a single shot this game so far and currently sitting at 64 points. I think he is frustrated as much as his entire team right now. They just can't get anything going. They are stuck on their half. They're low on boost. They're getting bumped. They're getting demoed. They're getting pushed around, and they haven't found a way to fight back.
My issue is that while Oath and Brock have looked good solo play-wise, they are so one-dimensional because they're not finding each other, whether it be passes, there's no follow-up or conducive follow-up. They are just hammering the ball into 2, sometimes even 3 players on defense, waiting on the goal line for them. I need an extra touch. I need to see the wall get involved. I need to see Gamma getting a couple of those forward touches. It's just not going well, and now they find themselves on match point.
Ooh, a very difficult series, of course, for Team Oath. Now, Team Nolly coming through, getting more victories, being more confident throughout this one. Now up to match point. At this point of the series, can they just let the momentum go? I mean, keep in mind, they're 10-1 right now between the past 2 games. They just haven't been able to score on the side of Team Oath at all. And you're right, it's because they are one-dimensional. They just aren't being creative. Like, where is the effort in trying something different? Be variable. If it doesn't work, you know what? It doesn't work, but what you've been doing so far also hasn't been working.
Yeah, the chances are definitely there, Chixa. The issue is it just has not been creative, and I say that the chances are there. They're only down by 2 shots in this entire series, just going down the line. You consider the fact that they're down by only 2 shots, but they're down 10-3 as far as goals. Why is that? Well, because you're just throwing that ball at a guarded net. Give me more.
Nolly is so good on that goal line for those saves, though, and I think Sino and Onzen have found ways to continually also defend their goal line consistently. miss here. Maybe could have opened up to play. This one up to Oath, but Nolly's so great on those fadeaway touches when he goes back to defense.
Will the defense finally break is the question. Not if you're straightforward on no. Oath will be able to get there in time, but Gamma gave everyone a heart attack.
Nolly, correct positioning, 100 boost off the
No way.
ceiling. Does he get the backboard read? The read's there, but the shot isn't on target. One's in Sino. Everyone commits to it. They're going to be low on boost, but the transition so slow on the side of Team Oath. That was their chance. They just needed to get that ball upfield. Now Nolly back in it, finding bumps. Gamma with the save, but he can't save it twice because one Zen has the follow-up.
A team that was struggling to figure out whose turn it was to commit. Almost a who's on first joke. Now looks like they have everything together, and then Nolly made all of that happen when they could have been on the retreat with zero resources. Quick cuts to keep that ball retained when instead of giving them an easy road back. Let's go for Team Nolly. They're up by 1, and they're looking to press their attack.
Brock on the save, but that doesn't go where it needs to. Oh, that's just not the quality touch that Brock needs. I know it's coming at him faster than he anticipated, but that goal either needs to be closer to Brock or safer into that corner.
Yeah, I agreed completely, but at the same time, you gotta give credit to Nolly's positioning, and even a free shot goes out. We talked about chalk mental in round 2. Now the mental for Team Oath might be finding itself swirling.
Oh. This one saved. Nolly in midfield. Gamma to it quickly. Oath up. This one sent towards the back wall, but it is saved away. Gamma down to Brock. Brock being patient, just has Sino, but can't turn the corner fast enough. Oath quick shot, but one Zen finds the save. Gamma, no boost in the tank, can steal it, but one Zen able to get it over Brock, and that quickly dissipates the offensive pressure that Team Oath had temporarily. Now they have to defend against the onslaught that Team Nolly has been able to create.
Here comes Oath, though. I'd really like a goal, but have not been able to find a cohesive team play. Here's a pass, though. Oath, the touchdown for Brock. I speak too soon, and I approve it wrong. What a banger by Brock.
I'm so happy Brock already has 3 shots in this one, and Oath sending it down to him instead of putting a shot on target makes that all the more sweeter. Nice to see him involved. Nice to see the passing plays. It's a different look than what we've seen from Team Oath in this series so far, and of course it works out when they try it. Brock back up again. This one backboard, well read by Nolly. Does the challenge come through by Oath? It does. Oath leaving it for Brock. It's a little bit of a fake, but Gamma, now cut off, needs to challenge Nolly, and he's doing a great job of it. Granted, I think Oath got bumped because he's not able to be there. There needs to be another save, and Oath does indeed make it. Now Gamma low on boost, sends this out. Brock wasn't ready, and neither was the defense on the other end of the field. So it does get cleared upfield, but can they get it closer in the middle of net? This one floating, won't have a follow-up, at least not yet. And Nolly should be able to read this. Offensive pressure from Oath comes late. Brock as well gets beat here, and this 50 will bounce back to midfield.
Just under 2 minutes left on the clock, and I am encouraged, Chicksa, due in part to the fact that we've seen 2 very close confines consecutive team plays from Team Oath, and that's 2 more than we've seen in this entire series. Gamma gonna be looking to carry this from one end to the other on low boost. Almost finds Brock. There it is! Shot on scores, and it's Deuces Wild!
We needed Brock offense, and we're getting Brock offense. 2 for 4. 50% is better than the average, of course, and that is well enough to do. Making do for the mistake he made earlier in that missed touch, and now things are all tied up and even. But this is when you see Nolly have that comeback potential. This is where the team fights to get back in the lead, and that momentum that Oath and the rest of the team worked so hard to create can quickly be taken away. But Gamma has a demo on Nolly. If only he was able to get past one Zen. One Zen, the touch up, gets the 50. Brock last back, dangerous in corner, trying to find the quick touch up. Nolly, backboard here, sends it to mid. Sino can't get over Gamma, but Nolly still has boosts. I think he stole that one, but the pinch almost on target goes quickly towards the other end. And Team Oath breathe a small sigh of relief. Can they find another shot? Can they steal away this lead in the final 40 seconds? They have to be careful.
Brock and Gamma getting together in what was the most opportune moment. Another one's gonna fall by the wayside, and with just 30 seconds to go, Nolly is looking to carry. Finds one Zen, but Brock is there in interference. Oath, the quick pass from Gamma, gonna take this in through the corner. It's down for Brock, the shot on scores! They're up by 1 with 14 to go!
Holding the 50% shooting percentage, the hat trick for him in particular. Oath 2 of the assists, Gamma with 1. Brock has gotten things going. They need to hold on another 14 seconds and we get ourselves a game 5. 10 seconds left on the clock. Gamma able to get the touch away from Nolly, and that gets precious time off the clock. Brock, the defense, the 50, Sino demoed for his efforts. Nolly, 100 boost, gets the flick. Brock to touch it down, and we do see game 5.
Brock ends up being the superstar of game number 4 and borderline single-handedly keeps this team in. I say that tongue-in-cheek because everyone got involved. All 3 goals on the hat trick were assisted upon. And when you consider that this is a team that just doubled up their total goals for the entire previous portion of the series in one game, you can say that Team Oath is back.
I just love that everyone took a role. Brock did so well, making the most of every opportunity upfield. Gamma, 3 of the 6 saves, was able to finally get a little bit more assistance on the defensive end, but still was able to read the shots better in order to find those saves. And Oath having selfless passes at this point. I'm glad he's decided to try to hit up Brock on most of these plays because, I mean, no offense to Oath, had a little bit of issues with his shot shooting percentage earlier, but nonetheless, now those shots kind of turning into passing plays has made this offense so much harder to defend against.
Yeah, it's the important thing is the team play aspect because they're looking for each other, not for shots on goal and to find rebounds. They're looking for each other in the midfield. How can they get each other involved prior to initiating onto the defense? And it was indicative from that first shot just how much the mentality has changed. Now it's Team Nolly that needs to make the adjustment. I have no doubt in the individual prowess, but we're on Champions Field for the first time, I think, in our entire stream. It feels good to be here.
Telling you, Brock looks like he's feeling it. Nolly still looks like he's feeling it. This one, dangerous in front of net, but does get cleared out towards the corner. One Zen, not able to get much farther. Brock up to Oath. Oath will take it in the high air. Sino, no much boost to work with. This one dangerous. Wow. Can the slot be put on? And Gamma gets involved upfield.
Watch the play physical on the goal line by Oath, following through. One Zen has been a brick wall a majority of the night, and nobody is going to be able to stop that one as the physical play scores first blood. Oath, Team Oath up by 1.
Don't choke on that popcorn now, Kendo. Things are just getting interesting. Game 5 in order to qualify for tomorrow. Keep in mind, this gets you in the money. This gets you involved. This gives you a bigger chance. The day that has been so long and so grueling for both of these teams could be over in just 4 minutes. And if they want to continue on, then they have to continue on that much further. Brock's and Oath's shot both off target when it comes to their chances upfield. Sino staying on this one. Gamma back in midfield. Up to it quickly is Nolly. One Zen. Oath still off the backboard. And this one, he'll collect, trying to get underneath Sino. Brock now, Nolly in. Nolly goes over, but there isn't a clear yet, and there isn't a good controlled touch out just yet. Granted, Brock has some space, not much boost to work with, and Nolly to put it towards the backboard. Oath has the read.
And the dangerous thing for Team Nolly is we've seen them stationary on their own goal line in the defensive zone a couple times, and that is not going to be indicative of any team that makes the top 8 in the Bundle Bash. They need to create their own plays. They can't be waiting for Oath or Brock to make them on them in the net and then expect to easily counterattack a team that's been oh so good with the solo plays and the rush on the way back. Here comes Oath, looking to find the cycle in the corner. Sino and Zen are going to move it right back, but Nolly is demoed and just able to sweep this away.
Gamma with some speed, takes it up the corner, looks for the bump, but one Zen able to get underneath him. Brock off the corner, 50s with one Zen. Nolly has boost to work with. Gamma last back, that 50 doesn't go in his favor. Oath needs to have the read, and he also has the save even off of his touch. Now one Zen still trying, Brock fumbling. Gamma one-on-one with Nolly, and Nolly finds the placement.
Anyone else? I think this ends up being a rush touch directly into a defender. Gamma, right place, wrong time, because that is a world's competitor coming at you and puts it top shelf.
Again, Nolly's patience on touches, so solid. It gives him so many extra opportunities. But look at this one off kickoff. Oath lines up the shot and slots this one in.
Oh no, it's just a pure win. That's just Oath being stronger. And they're gonna need that one, as now up by one again. All the pressure that had been relieved, it's back on, and it may have doubled.
Brock, dangerous.
No way.
Nolly?
No!
Nolly!
You could see it coming, Chicksa, as Brock was just enough off. Nolly has been off the ball and in the mind of the defense the entire time. He comes through, finds the double tap, and we go back to 2-2.
I felt like we were watching, one of those RLCS streams and reacting instead of actually casting this match in real time. I felt more like a spectator in this one. I guess I still am a spectator, but what a play by Nolly. He has been putting blood, sweat, and tears into this series, trying to keep his team together and in this, and he is doing just that. The pinch won't go far. Oath able to take it towards the other end. Nolly with boost, does get the touch, but gets bumped away. Brock trying to send it on in, but Sino's there. Gamma last back again. Brock supporting back post, and Gamma will find the read. Brock's still there, just sends it upfield. Nolly, a Field's backflip moment. If only that was on target, the follow-up on target, but Nolly able to come back and get the wheels, get the recovery. And now 1 minute remaining, either overtime or someone finds the golden goal.
It needs to be somebody other than Nolly, in my opinion. You cannot rely on Nolly to score all the goals. One that might have a moment, just misses out on the aerial play. Brock, Oath, and Gamma have been confined to their own zone for a little bit longer than I have expected, and it's due in part to the patience and the team play of Team Nolly. Here comes Sino with another clear down the road, but it's easily broken upon by Oath. Both teams struggling to not be predictable as Gamma puts this up off the top bar.
Great. Just I don't know. He has the ice in Gamma. He didn't panic there, and that's a phenomenal save to make, not panicking. Now Nolly, not much boost left in the tank. We'll put this one on. Brock, that's not the greatest touch. The follow-up does come through. Gamma to the skies, one Zen then first. Oath gets the clear. Nolly to keep it in midfield. Will they try one more play? This one sent down. Brock?
I don't know either, but Oath is going to go up, tries to send this one down. That finds the corner. Here comes Nolly. Gamma, equal to the task. I think they drop this. We go to overtime.
I wasn't sure if he was going to drop it, and then the touch that was made, I think, shouldn't have been made, but they live. They go towards kickoff. Oath to Brock. Brock over. Gamma not there. Gamma not much boost either.
No way.
Just goes up. Nolly looking for the double. This one sent towards the corner. Brock finds the 50. Sino up to it. Not the strongest touch, but a double commit by Gamma and Oath could cause problems. Shot on target, saved by Brock, who is last back. And now Brock with boost. Nolly bumping him, tries to get the bump, can't get it underneath the bar. Oath trying to find the touch on through, and Sino's in net to find the save. Gamma, can he fake this play? Nolly, not faked at all. Brock, I think may have had a touch, but no spark off the ball. This one straight down. Sino the read into the corner, and we're just nearing that minute mark in overtime.
There we are. That surprised that Oath, maybe a little bit of hero ball, hasn't been punished for it as of yet. Nolly has enough boost potentially to find an extra touch. Won't be able to do so this time around. And Brock, this is a long ball. OneZen needs to make the touch. Just able to get this across to Nolly. That was dangerous confines, and a counter attack might be on the deck, and the shot on will be saved by Brock as it's just high. I got a little excited there, chicks. I thought that it was going down, but it's far from over because Team Nolly is looming in the midfield. They're finding a majority of the shots here in overtime.
I know I'm not the one playing, but I feel just way too nervous for someone who's spectating this match. Casting over it, Oath, the pop, Sino. Great touch up, and OneZen able to follow up. Gamma doesn't get the touch, still has boost. What a block by OneZen. Oath to take time here. Instead, puts it up towards the other end. Sino with the read. Midfield is Oath. Finds the touch. Brock just behind him. This one through. Gamma demoed off play, but will be third then because of it. Now, OneZen up, Gamma there in midfield, doesn't have boost, so we'll drop down with this one. OneZen making the save, stealing the boost is Gamma. Brock not having any boost and having to fake confidence. Oath, the pop, and this one saved away by Nolly, who doesn't have much boost to work with.
They will manage to get this cleared down, but it's still dangerous confines. And OneZen is going to break in on this. Gamma doesn't get the touch. Nolly has it in an opportune position and is going to keep this in the offensive zone. Big bump. Sino looking for another one. Won't be able to find it. OneZen moved a little too far forward. Now it's a counter attack. Nolly is there. Oath has a very small amount of boost, but they will lose out on the opportunity and look to recoup themselves from one end to the other. Oath over Sino! Scores!
What a play! Just finding the height needed to make the play possible. Oath, the 2-minute and 57-second game-winning touch. Over 1,000 points in that game for Nolly. Almost 1,000 for Oath. That was jam-packed with opportunities for all of these teams. And just at the end of it, Oath manages to come on through.
You know, I was trying to be wrong. I did not think I'd be that wrong, and in spectacular fashion, the way that we saw. And you know what? We got to see a redemption arc for Team Nolly on this, and I want to say this word just beforehand. It was a tough commentary that we had to go through in round 2. Seeing that team turn things around throughout the course of this event, world-class esports athletes.
Definitely by far the best series of the night. A phenomenal way to end it off. And of course, congratulations to Team Oath for making tomorrow because of it. Why don't we bring back in Vod and Taco? I'm sure they have a lot of words to talk about this match. And I also want to say, Chicks and Nose Ball.
Nah, I agree. There's definitely no ball tonight. I can't even be sassy about that.
The one you got wrong was because Team DS, we're clowning. So, that one doesn't count. The popcorn's back. But Taco, I mean, Game 5 OT, we couldn't have expected anything less from these two teams facing off against each other.
I mean, if you go to Game 5, you have to go to Game 5 OT. That's just the rules that you have to obey. So it was a really nice series. It's definitely a good way to end it off. We've had a couple snoozers on stream just because we are very much exclamation point bumney in the chat. So I think getting that type of series is quality, but it's so back and forth definitionally, but also just in terms of there were streaks in which you just see 3 straight shots, these goal line saves, these in and out saves, all these double taps get rejected, double taps that go through, as Noli had a crazy one to be able to level up yet again. So all of that is really what culminates in a series in which it ultimately does have to come down to one clever touch. And of course, it's the Captain Oath who gets the game winner in OT in Game 5, putting 1,000 points up, or nearly 1,000 points up. And I definitely think that it was a series that both of us on desk, or all of us on desk, were like, we could see this maybe going either way. Like, there's a lot of talent, there's arguments to be made for either side, but definitely every single player needing to be flawless. And the one moment you're not, it seems like those were when the goals went in.
Oath really channeled the Ball State comeback energy after Game 3. And that's what we saw happen with those 2 victories back to back. I mean, nail biters is an understatement for that, but we do have to talk about the results that we did have come through here as well, and how things have really gone throughout the day today. So as you can see here, Eris, Hockey, and Oath making it through the final round of competition. But our teams that we did have move forward: Flitz, Wavy, 5UP, Creams, Frosty, Eris, Oath, and Hockey. I mean, that is a stacked roster of captains alone here, Kendo.
Yeah, 100%. You go down the line, the teams that drafted well, as well as the captains that actually, more often than not, it was the captains that were throwing a little bit of trash in their talk that we saw through. You look down the line, Wavy, we got a little bit of a reaction out of 5UP. Frosty was a fun conversation. Creams, towards the end, had plenty to say. Flitz as well definitely had a little bit of a retort after having a teammate taken. So the teams that came in with a little bit of confidence, talk the talk, they walk the walk.
That they did. And looking forward to the playoff bracket itself for tomorrow. We have our 4 matches that'll be on the docket then and there. Flitz, Eris, 5UP, Creams, Wavy, Oath, Frosty, Hockey. I know I always ask favorite matchups, but there's a lot to really pick from here, Chick. So which would you think it would be?
Wavy Oath. Obviously. Yeah. I mean, seeing Wavy's dominance today, his confidence, his team looked unstoppable. And then we just see the heartstrings of this Game 5 that happened with Team Oath. They arguably played a very difficult, the best match we've seen all night. And then they have to face probably, honestly, the best team that we've seen today as well. So that's a hard one, but maybe they'll rise to the challenge. But man, Wavy has just been so confident, and his team looks so phenomenal today.
So from what we're seeing here and the players that made it through here, Taco, does this mean TSM over Pirates on a Boat?
I mean, not entirely. I mean, we still have Eris here. And granted, Eris also took out his teammate. So it's kind of an unfair rigging of the schedule that did happen. So I would say they're about even. I mean, after all, only one of them is actually in the summer.
2 technically.
Yeah. But either way, we do have a decent amount of TSM representation. And 5UP and Eris, of course. Yeah, they're getting in there. Flitz is going to be a pretty ridiculous one. Incorrect captain, more or less, coming in here. Flitz was going off throughout this Swiss event, and it seemed like having a lot of confidence in the play that he was going to go for. He had a sweep in round 3. Ideally within that format, should be the hardest match, and still just taking a 3-0 fashion really shows that within this, just him grabbing his solid roster of getting Bubs as well as Luby. I mean, the chem's on lock. He knows how he picks. And Flitz always brags that, where he knows the players because he knows collegiate, he knows pro play, he knows bubble play. And apparently he is drafted well. GM Flitz at it again.
Well, Taco, talking a little bit about Pirates on a Boat, we do have to talk about a play from one of those members who participated in the event today. For the snapshot play of the day, break it down for us here.
Well, this is going to be Andy coming off the corner. This actually caught me by surprise. I was on the cast. I was saying he's a lot to do, and he does it so well. These shots, anyone who sets these up, you can try to go for these in custom training 1,000 times over, and you are going to maybe hit single digits. It feels like it's so hard to do that, but to notably hit that one when you need the lead, you're trying to get the lead in the series, and just be able to not only get it on target, but skimming just high enough that it hits that bar and goes down and in is so incredibly difficult. The goalkeepers really just kind of left for nothing there, as you can see, kind of flailing on the goal line. Incredibly high, a low percentage shot, and he makes it look so easy.
Tough spot to save, and against their teammate as well, which is interesting to think about with that one, but still an amazing play to say the least. I want favorite moments from the day from all of you before we send things away. We'll start with you, Kendo.
I mean, it's gotta be trolling on stream, and then I get to dump popcorn all over myself. Like what else do you expect? We saw an Ecto, and 2 stinking aftershocks on the pitch, and I'm still not good mentally from it.
Went back to the Stone Age on that one. What about you, Chixa?
I think it was definitely the Nolly v Creams kind of back and forth that we saw, kind of the ego solo plays. And the last game that Kendo and I just cast, when we both kind of screamed Nolly, I felt like we were so I'm going to say fangirling over Nolly and making that play. We knew as soon as it hit that backboard, that play was going to be made. So that was just pure joy sort of moment.
If I can interject, the fact that we got to see a return to glory for Team Nolly after the round 2, not being trolly, not being a meme, in all honesty, seeing Nolly's squad take a return to form throughout the course of the event, that right there is brilliant. That's something that's special.
Always guaranteed to go to 5, but unfortunately this time didn't make it through. What about you, Taco?
I mean, it's tough to be able to see the redemption arc come through and then not actually be completed. It's like a terrible anime. It's like you're expecting it to have like an actual resolution, and then it just doesn't. And of course, you know,
it just gets canceled before it can finish.
Yeah, exactly. Like the budget runs out of time. They're just like, whatever. The good guy, the villain oath is going to score it. But you know, at the end of the day, that's fine. I'm happy with all
is
the
that your internal monologue there?
Yeah, it was me. This is, as I'm watching anything involving the OG players, they are very much my protagonists. They are the main characters. But yeah, I mean, Bundle Bash continues to deliver. We had some series that I was like, tonight's a little bit weird. We're getting the bad draw in some of these matches, but of course it ends with one of the most ridiculous back and forth series we've seen really from any Bundle Bash event. So that's all that makes it up for me. I'm just excited for all the teams to show up tomorrow and maybe shake it off, because it has been a 4.5, almost 5-hour broadcast that these players have had to be ready for, and some of them playing 5 straight best of 5s. I mean, that is mentally exhausting. Please get some carb loading in before tomorrow.
A lot of matches to go. To remind you all before we get into the action there, it is going to be Flitz versus Eris, 5 versus Creams, Wavy versus Oaf, and Frosty versus Hockey. These are some intense matches to go, all starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow here on the College Carball channel. Make sure you are following, and thank you to our lovely casters here who have brought us through the 5 hours of production, but also our production crew in the background, Zodic Bolby and Theo, who made this all a possibility. I've been Vaudible. We've had Kendo, Chixa, and Taco here, and we thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you in the playoffs tomorrow.
Hey, look at this.
What?
Save nearly $750.
With that kind of money, we could fly south.
Except we don't migrate.
No, I'm talking actually fly. Sit back, relax, maybe work on my novel, and I won't forget the little birds out there. Actually, yes, I will.
Wow, money changed you.
Just keeping it real. Do people still say that?
Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds to spend on whatever you dream up.
Flicking the ball is a very important fundamental skill within Rocket League. It allows you to quickly move the ball past your opponents at high speed without having to hit the ball with your car moving quickly. There are many ways to flick the ball, and it's useful especially in 1v1 situations. From side flip flicks to the classic musty flick, certain flicks range in different levels of difficulty. Here are the basics to have you flicking the ball in no time. Get the ball on top of your car. You want to be comfortable dribbling and moving with the ball in your car before learning flicks. Make sure that the car and the ball are moving at the same speed. Position the ball on the front third of your car, bar right around the windshield area so you can maintain speed without losing the ball. Jump while tilting forward, then do a forward front flip. This will launch the ball off the top of your car in the direction you flip. Once you have the basic forward flicks down, you can begin to learn side flicks and other useful flicks to pass defenders and send the ball downfield. Fake flicks are also very useful to juke defenders in 1v1 situations. The possibilities are endless, which makes the flick one of the most important mechanics in Rocket League. So load up a free play and get to work.